I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like.
Good morning, everybody. Hold on. Fix that. I'm just waiting for JFresh to run their projection. But I can give you guys the numbers. DN 107, Gamma Neutral 124, Gamma Max 180, Vega Neutral at 70. Sunday DD was fire. Thank you. Scored. Oh shit. Okay. One more time, since Discord, the people listening in on Discord didn't hear. Um, Delta neutral at 107, gamma neutral at 124, gamma max at 180, and Vega neutral at $70. Thoughts on pre-market? Looks choppy. Uh some sad forward projections from retail again. Um Causing a little bit of pain this morning in places like Target, Walmart, Costco. Tightening margins, increased shipping costs, still kind of nagging at those. We're really tracking pretty heavily with active funds on the SPY right now, so that's Not the best. We'd like to see our price detaching from the active fund pressure a bit. But we'll see how it goes. Should have the daily DD up here in a second. You know what? I'm gonna post it and then I'll edit. None of my expectations really have changed from over the weekend though. So if you're at the weekend DD, you're gonna be fine. Yeah, I'm gonna post this now, and then I'll update as soon as he gives me the chart. Let me get you guys a link. There we go. The pump and dump on AMC scares me. It's up 30% between Friday open and pre-market this morning. Interesting. Well, if anyone was looking for an opportunity to not own AMC anymore, this may be one. "13 months, best week of my life." Thank you so much, Chris. Son of Dan. Who's your newest pigeon whale? It was CW something was the name. I don't know if he said anything in the pigeon whale chat yet. No. Ding ding. I think we got a little bit of volume at open. Remember, about 300,000 volume expected to 360,000 volume needed to clear that GEX from Friday. So we've seen 100 some odd thousand in pre-market. DJ D22, 13 months, best day of my life. Why does everyone keep saying this? GME, what? AMC squoze 2,100% in 2021. GME squoze 1,700%. No, GME went up like 3,800%, dude. If you're gonna measure them both from the bottom. Also, AMC didn't squeeze. They just got rid of their short position on it. You're so smart. How do we MOASS Monday on a Tuesday? Monday holiday. It's easy. I like your sketch illustrating the possible gamma ramp down via the puts. Now we're just waiting on that illustrated children's book about options. Yesterday, very informative. Yeah, no problem, dude. Thanks for tuning in. GEX not covered yet. About 60,000 more volume. It's nice having enough volatility that we can be zoomed out a bit. Yeah, it's exciting. Enough of the stock talk. How did you spend your weekend? Researching GameStop, its options chain, and investigating positional elements from funds that play volatility on it. That was basically the whole weekend. Then explaining that to people. They don't have to settle Gex today because the holiday tomorrow is T+2. That's true. They don't, but they likely will. $360,000 volume. We're closing in 340. TDS 0 volume. DDS was up a bunch in pre-market. Down a little bit now. Good morning, Goya. How you doing, man? Sounds fucking boring. Not if you love stocks as much as I do. There's few things I'd rather do than spend my weekend digging into a position. Thanks, Dad. Is this the hurtful part? It could be. We have some resistance down here in like the 132 range. Below that, it gets slippery. What's weird about this Greeks were for Friday. I'm getting better numbers now. God damn you. You fucking cat. Fuck you, J Fresh. You son of a bitch. Do all Persians celebrate Memorial Day with their quads? So glad to be here. One of the funniest moments of the past 3 months was your explanation of internalization. Does anyone remember Girk describing how MMs run into a grocery store, steal your apple, and stick it up their ass? I can be funny sometimes. JFresh, same like trailing indicator? Yeah, apparently. You can be hurtful sometimes too. Yes. But I can also be violent upside. Are we going to the 90s? Not yet. Fucking SPY rejected hard off of Gamma Delta Neutral. That's not fun. Fucking Baba's doing some interesting shit this morning, though. You still in rig? Yeah, $5 for August. Actually, I want to pick up some more of those. It was starting to look a little spicier. 4 and 5? No, just 5. I think I got rid of the 4s the last time it bumped up. Is there a tool or method to get notified electronically when IV crashes? Not that I'm aware of, although you can set a scanner alert if you have something that tracks intraday volatility, like your brokerage. If they have a scanner alert, you might be able to set it for when IV crushes. I've been here since black and white Gherk, red and green Gherk, overnight PC Gherk, no VWAP hat Gherk, light glare Gherk. What's next? Who knows? It's like Batman. I have lots of different camera filters. Spy less than 400 end of day. It could. Yeah. That's a possibility. The rejections in the past off of Delta Neutral in the last like 3 months have been pretty fierce. QT means spy will drop? It could. It doesn't. I mean, it should be priced in, right? Everyone knew QT was coming. So it's not like a fucking surprise. AMC giving up all pre-market gains. Oh no. They didn't get to release shares? Well, what will they do? How are they going to stay afloat? What are your predictions for the next 2 weeks? I would be surprised if we see 100, 110 ranges. Me either. I wrote an entire DD on it yesterday. You can go check it out. It's on my Reddit profile. Win perm with frosted tips, Gurk? Probably never. Ooh. Oh, hey, we got an update. Gamma, okay. Updated OI for market open from JFresh. DN 98, Gamma neutral 94, Gamma max 160, Vega neutral 68. Thank you for everything we do. We truly appreciate it. No problem, a user. Thank you so much, man. Rip, that doesn't sound bullish at all. It's not good. Although it still represents an upward shift in Gamma Max. And so this would be the first time that Gamma Max raised, I think, and our price fell, right? Or maybe not. Once on the dip. That's a lot of fucking calls getting burned. All right. IBBY always so much ouchy downs with the market because everything's going down right now. What would make them different? I made enough money on this run to wipe out my should have been paper trading options losses. Sorry, I'm choking on ice. Oh. That's quick. I know there's 1,000 different factors in play. From calls versus puts, the shareholder meeting fallout. But do you think there will be time between now and June OPEX to enter long calls again at a good price? I do. I do think there's going to be another opportunity. That's what I'm waiting for. Yes, Corona monkey virus pox. Rig is only going up. Just another MOASS rug pull. I mean, it's Tuesday. It's still up from Friday. Friday morning trash. Friday morning Gamma Max was at what? 150, right? I don't know. I gotta scroll back and find it. I think it was 150. Someone, I'm sure, could check the daily from that day. It was like 135, something like that. So yeah, still a lot of call buying on Friday, but not sufficient, apparently. That's gonna burn all those out of the money covered calls that people YOLO'd into, or all those out of the money calls that people YOLO'd into. I know you aren't a huge fan of indicators, but the CCI with the settings tuned holds true today. Pull back before hitting 170. Okay. Does GME earnings usually affect other stocks? No. They're not big enough. Like, they're not, their market cap isn't big enough in their sector to have a big, like, external effect. Exogenic? Hmm. Had 2 cover calls I got signed on. This is all my fault. Is the fact that RC moved earnings causing this drop? Jesus Christ. There's still potential to go up. Is that a reversal on the SPY? It is. Hmm. This is going to be an interesting battle for 130, I think. Thank you, Mr. J Fresh. Gherkin is being sponsored here to buy you a coffee or a beer, maybe cat food if that's more appropriate. Good luck. Sorry if he buys you something. What? Oh, what's the rest of this? Hold on. Thank you, Bithead. If he buys you something bad, I feel guilty already. Pulte must have DRS for this reversal to happen. You see my comment on the Discord, Ray Weekend DD? Probably not. What was it? I know they expire today. What about the borrow rate? What about it? The borrow rate doesn't have an effect on the price. Pretty much big upsies or downsies every morning, I guess. They always make sure it's just slow enough to avoid a halt every morning. Oh, this was nowhere near being a halt. You didn't miss anything, Pigeon Teeth. It's okay. Not yet. Oil-related stuff keeps going up, but there's no volume to support it. I don't understand. I mean, there's seasonality in the price of oil also as we approach summer. Potential that long shorts are same entities. Yeah, I agree with that. I think a lot of our institutional buying is in fact just the shorts. Specifically the call buying late Friday. You mean the Susquehanna call buying? Could have been to pump. I mean, those options look now today. If you look today, it looks like they were bought and sold immediately this morning. That like $6 million worth of contracts in the money. So probably exercised, or well, at least they're closed on the chain. Probably exercised for additional shares. It's hilarious that a really rich dude buys like 3,000 shares and Superstock anoints him the second coming of DFE. Like, nah, dude is just degenerately gambling on GME. It's not even that degenerate, right? He's like a billionaire. It's like less than 1% of his port. I remember there was a time when we would have shunned people for such a thing. Imagine not being 100% invested in GameStop. Have you heard of Darth Melvin, the investor? It's not a story a market maker would tell you. Just the big parties swinging it back and forth. I mean, I agree with that. I don't think it's really long v short. I mean, in some instances, it is. Like, Rentec is specifically long. But I also think Rentec will sell out on a 40% bump from their buy-in, especially. They might buy back in post earnings, but I wouldn't be surprised if they dump their shares. ZOM 130 end of month, possibly. No, this wasn't so much a battle for 130 as it was just a nosedive below it. Well, going all oil has gone well so far. Green on all my calls. Nice. Yeah, I'm pretty heavily invested in Oxy, and I have some rig as like kind of a fun play. I had oil futures, like quite a few of them back on the last big run up, and I got rid of them. I probably should have held them out into the summer, but I think I got out at a good price, so I'm not gonna complain. At what price will the gamma slide commence? I mean, we've already kind of hit it. You saw how fast we slipped off 130. That's largely why that increasing volume. Now, if we fall below 120, it gets even worse. You dive into this longs and shorts of the same entities a little more. I think my mind is blown. Most of the buying that occurs on GameStop, most of our upward price pressure is generated from people who are in short positions, right? Well, short volatility positions and, synthetically short the stock in order to maintain their short volatility positions. And so almost all of our buying that occurs on our run-ups is due to them covering their obligations. There are some small entities that kind of play the cycle, or big entities that play the cycle with very little capital. But for the most part, yeah, it's just no good. No one's gonna touch this fucking thing with a 10-foot pole. No prime ever. No prime, no relatively safe fund is gonna come anywhere near GameStop because of the high volatility and the unpredictable price movement and undetermined valuation. So like the idea of waiting on like some big entity outside of ETF owners to come in and buy a bunch of GameStop is mostly absurd right now. Is anyone checking the math on our resident fairy cat for GN? Yeah, I mean, I compare it with like usually every day I get data from him, from Brave Vacation, and I get it from Yelia as well. Brave Vacation's not around today, and Yelia doesn't smooth her data as much. So her model can be a little more volatile. But it's pretty much in line. Although I haven't seen her update for today's OI, but I did see her update Friday. I could probably do some of the math myself, but I don't know how to program it to do it automatically. Pension fund managers love this volatile stock. I like how you drop absurd. It's just that extra touch to bring the point home. I mean, you know, it's not a world I'm unfamiliar with. It would be hard to get a position on GameStop through, like a long position on GameStop through risk management of any significant value. Maybe a trading desk might get approved to enter a small position, but nothing big. Not unless there's a significant change in you know, forward projections from GameStop C-suite. Um or a significant decline in volatility. But as long as it keeps going up 50% and down 50% every few days, fucking no one's gonna touch it. I'm gonna laugh my ass off if I make more from selling a CSP plus premium than I did from a CC plus assignment plus premium. Not gonna happen. Just like Ryan would never buy more at this price, so far above his cost basis. I mean, he didn't really buy more. The argument wasn't if he would buy like 100,000 shares to make a statement. The argument was that he wasn't going to buy the rest of his position at this price. He didn't. Of the 6 million shares available for him to buy, or 5.6 million shares, he bought 100,000. That's not a buy-in. That's just like him edging the percentage off from the share offerings last year to maintain controlling interest. GME VUP cycle pre-run over for the last week. So is the most volatile GME has had in over a year. Does this suggest the actual GME VUP cycle is going to be insanely more volatile? It's possible. Yeah. I think we're seeing increased compounding obligations in XRT, right? So if this is gonna dip, right, and we're gonna fucking hit a bottom, and that was simply the rolling of May's very small OPEX obligations, then yeah, I think June's gonna be pretty explosive. What if they do a stock buyback? I mean, they can buy back a little, and a reverse split. A reverse split would be insane. Still bought almost 100 times more than Pulte did. I know. There's at least 20 people in here that have more shares than Pulte does. At least. Probably more. I know of like 7 5x holders. I know there's a shitload of 4x holders, and there's what, 2 or 3 6x holders. I have 0. I think he has like 3,000 shares or something like that. 5x 10,000 plus, yeah. So shorts are playing games with the stock, retail is holding, and few investors are playing long cycles. So unless GameStop does something, over time, shorts get out or retail gives up. It's not really that shorts get out. It's just they just keep making money off volatility. There's a reason to stop doing that right now. The only way they stop doing that is if the position presents too much risk, right? Otherwise, they'll keep running these cycles forever. It's very profitable, right? So we're effectively below gamma neutral. Yeah. Wait, what was the updated? No, 94. The updated OI is 94 for gamma neutral, so we're not. The end of day Friday OI that we had was at I updated the daily too. 124, and then we're now at 94 for gamma neutral. So we're not below gamma neutral yet. We're below the previous one, which is irrelevant now. And that's a lot of those 0 DTEs being shed on Friday that were in the money. That's why we're seeing the bottom kind of ripped out like that. You mentioned TRS on stream yesterday. If the swap is made to short GameStop into the ground, I mean, it wouldn't be. It would have been made to hold the negative balance of GameStop shorts. it's probably multiple smaller swaps, but if there's a TRS for, you know, whatever they owed the lenders back in January, then that could be just one big fucking swap, potentially. How is this not crime? What do you mean? Everything's, I mean, mostly going as expected, right? I think it's in line with expectations, at least. Where are you getting gamma neutral numbers from? I get them from one of the people on the quant team. He runs them. He's a PhD. I mean, you can, I'm sure if you want to check his math, you could. You have DD that explains gamma and delta neutral. Thanks. JFresh does. He explains it in, I think, his first post about it. Did you go over how IV can jump during the OPEX run up 100% or more? How is it different for in the money, near the money, and out of the money? Thanks. Well, IV is on a smile, right? So IV is the lowest at the money. And then as you approach the outer edges of the chain, IV is the highest. So your IV out here on far out of the money options versus here, which is at the money. And this isn't exact, right? This is just kind of like a textbook example. Obviously, GameStop's IV smile has skew to it, but essentially, yeah, I mean, enough volume and call buying with price improvement is going to raise the at the money IV significantly. And the out of the money IV even more. So as the at the money IV goes up, the out of the money IV goes up in a greater amount, right? Because the IV at the edges of the IV smile is much higher. And so the multiplicative effect on that higher IV is even greater. Everyone can suck a bag of dicks. Welcome to Zillionaire. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream's over.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah.
So what's the lowest potentially we could see today this week? I mean, their current call concentrations between, or put concentrations between like 80 and 120, with the highest concentration at 110 and 90. So, you know, easily 100, maybe lower. I would say is possible, given their positioning. We could go as low as 80. I mean, we thought that upside, like that the bull put spread they put in place was going to, you know, that we thought the outer edge of that was unattainable, right? That because they hedged all the way out to 140 and they bought these fucking puts back when they were out of the money. So, I mean, if they have $80 puts to the downside, like these were short puts. But the other side of this hedge is 80 to the downside. And so, you know, that's their target, right? They want those in the money. We'll see if they can do it. They don't need to, but we'll see if they can. Just paper handed my old one. All good, man. Thank you. I appreciate it. What do you believe we see a break of 120 today? I mean, absolutely, it looks possible. The negative pressure from the 130s alone could be enough to drive us down, and if we break 120, the put volume is even higher. What about the high borrow rate? What about it? It's localized at, you know, little brokerages that barely have any shares of GameStop, with the exception of IBKR, which is the largest brokerage with a high borrow rate. All the other borrow rates are between 12 and 4%. So Vanguard, BlackRock, State Street, Fidelity. Fidelity is the highest of those at 12%. You know, and these guys are fucking loaning it out at like, you know, 5 to like 3 to 5%. This is what happens when you get your fucking data from Ortex, right? Clip. I'll clip it. I don't know what I'm clipping. Which part? How far back? Is Tesla dead? I mean, the whole market's coming down right now, right? I don't know if any of Biden's meeting is going to be public. You should cut the $13,000 I made from selling 617 135 CSPs on the run. Could have done better, but profits are profits. Thanks, dude. Thank you so much, Bipolar Fair. I'm glad you're back in, at least for now. Coors is sponsored by Ortex. I know, right? Like, who the fuck is going to take... It's not that their data's bad. It's the way they aggregate it is awful. It's super prone to, like, let me think of the best way to describe this. It kind of trends to the extremes. So they don't smooth out like the outliers. So, you know, you're looking at borrow rates from like some Canadian brokerage with like 15 fucking shares that's charging 400% to borrow versus, you know, Fidelity's at 12.5% or BlackRock's at 4%, Vanguard's at like 6%. Yeah, it skews to the outliers. I want to try to think of a way to describe that in lay terms, though. Their data set is incomplete, but presents itself as all-encompassing, which is misleading. I agree. I've never liked Ortex. I didn't like Ortex before all of this shit. It's still got the same issues. They could borrow 20 million shares at 100% borrow rate. You're correct, Jean-Claude Van Damme, that the rebate rate is in line. So as long as they're using same as cash collateral, they're not paying shit. And who do we know of that has a big fat pile of treasuries? Volume weighted borrow rate is important. Yeah. Skews to the outliers, same like Senate. In your opinion, how long does GME price need to stabilize for its IV to crush? Is this around the same amount of time any other stock needs to stabilize for IV to crush? No, because the higher IV is, the faster it crushes, Stefan. Right? That, like, it's because it's seeking that mean reversion. So it can crush pretty fast, actually. I think I've seen GameStop IV drop like at the money drop like 30% in a day. Remember those really, really unusually flat days last year? Like pre-August and pre-November runs? IV crushed really hard on those days. Remember we just like traded in almost a straight fucking line for the whole day? Yeah, those. That's when they really want to crush it. And what's interesting is you'll see internalization on those days will spike and then just stagnate, right? So they're leaking internalization throughout the entire day in order to offset their shorting. I mean, the way they manage the position is genius, but and what that leads to is GameStop just trading like this all day. William Weber, thank you so much for becoming a Long Johnson, dude. I appreciate it, man. Nancy Pelosi's husband, who's 82, just got a DWI. I remember what color scarf she's gonna wear for that. Is Nancy wearing ascots? Does this have to do with Jerome? Hmm. And it looks like the only thing stopping our downtrends right now is the SPY, an active fund pressure. My TA this morning went over the IV crush and describes exactly what you're talking about. The day before the run, the IV had reached that mean recursion as shown by volumetric volatility data. Yeah, I mean, that's, yeah, like what we were looking at on your entropy charts. The same thing, right? It's all about getting that IV as low as feasibly possible so they can enter positions. Not sure if you noticed this, but yesterday I watched GME ticker all day and it didn't move. Was this crime taking place right before my eyes? Yes. Any Monday holiday from the away from the market is in fact crime. So one could even say holidays same like crime. Enter positions and maximize fear for contract holders. Exactly. Yeah, you get longs to bail while you go long. Can I just pick a direction and stick to it? I think its direction is being stuck to. We'll need to see a serious bounce on the SPY here. And this looks like kind of a failed test right now. Very low volume. might be insufficient. We'll see. This'll be important right here. If this breaks down, that's not good. Ooh, maybe. Moving up into VWAP again. Do you trade or have you? I've traded futures, but I don't do it frequently. If so, what's that like? Expensive with lots of leverage. Okay, so this is breaking out a little bit. It doesn't look super bullish, but it may break out a little higher than this trend. It really needs to break here to confirm. This could be a double bottom. Ooh. But the volume's dying. See, I don't like this. Like this decreasing volume. It's not a good sign. Still pushing. No sell pressure. Okay, now it's starting to pick up. This is 130, 150. This might be a breakout. Ooh, yeah. This should be good for GameStop. Unless they're going to push back against it. Seriously? There it is. Wow, they're just crushing this whole breakout. Where's the active fund pressure? The fucking SPY's broken out almost $2. What the fuck? Look at all this shorting. What's up, turd? Can MM internalize active fund pressure? Yeah. They can also just short into it, right? Remember, if they're shorting, there's a buyer, right? Perfect example that they have complete control. Yeah. feel like the short hedge funds do a better job at controlling GME price than I do at losing money on CERN. Best time to sell CSPs of the week is now? No. Unless you're buying them back before earnings. You think we could sue them for what they're doing? I mean, it's not illegal. This is allowed. This is their job. This is what they are tasked to do. They're tasked to prevent volatility. How can they have control and provide liquidity? If I DRS my 6.9 shares, that doesn't do anything. Active defense on price improvement. You love to see it. Yeah, right? And now the spy's rejected and will fall with the active funds. Watch. Hey, dude. Happy almost MOASS. What are your honest thoughts about the earnings shareholders meeting? Is your pickle sense tingling? Obviously, no one knows, but based on current incentives, I mean, I think it'll be interesting. I don't expect a lot from earnings. I expect earnings to be pretty awful, but I am looking forward to the shareholders meeting. I'd like some direction. I think it's about time. It's been a year. Got to give your shareholders something eventually. Mostly what I'm interested in is if they provide any data on their research into the NFT marketplace and their projections on it. Oh, sheesh. Member milestone. Wish me a lucky, prosperous June. Thanks for the wisdom. You got it, Elliot Moas. Thank you so much, man. Put spread and counteract any upward pressure. I mean, they're protecting their 130s. They're not going to let those go back out of the money. They're not going to let that that hedge flip on them again. Not this time. They're not hedged for it anymore. Remember, they pulled their in the money CSPs. Or well, not, yeah, I mean they are CSPs. Probably naked though. Hello, SEC. I'd like to report a crime. Ken is working at me not making 420%. Was that the VUT protection team? Yeah. I've been watching you for too long. I see the peak getting shorted, and all I hear is future obligations. That's all I think. So we're in the same boat there, Sean. 1 year? So weird. It said 7 months. Yeah, no, that was your 1 year milestone, dude. Thank you. Is there any reason we want to clear obligations before the rebalance on the 17th? Maybe. I mean, if the obligations are too extensive, they may start running it in advance. Be wary of that. They might start closing puts out in advance of June OPEX, like they did in November. Biden and Powell signing new bill requiring DRS for all stocks. What's the price target you want to buy at? I mean, I don't really want to buy a lot more GameStop, right? Like, I'll buy more if I can get it for cheap, but I'm not incentivized to just buy it for fun. I have plenty, and you know, the rest of my position is extended like my portfolio is extended elsewhere. Especially right now, I have a lot of money in things like Cat and Oxy. I've been plowing money into coal and steel. Steel, I think I'm gonna back out of because this little run has gotten me like in the money a bit, and I think I'm gonna cut about half my position because I got my cost basis down and it's running a little, but I think future costs might take a little bit of a dive or might not come up as quickly as expected because some of the steel mills are undercutting. So yeah, I may shrink my position there, but you know, I have like money in Kroger, I have VIX hedges, all of that, you know, needs to be funded and managed in order to protect the rest of my investments. So are puts a bad idea right now? I mean, it's up to you. I have some. For those who paper-handed shares like a bitch, I mean, people are going to do what's best for them. It's no different than any other time in GameStop. People have, you know, sold on all the runs, just not all the people, right? That's what matters, is that liquidity has remained dry. But after every run, you know, there is more liquidity. It's one of the reasons it's so easy for them to bring the price down. My only concern is something crazy coming out of the shareholders meeting and we run. Would you worry? Yeah, I mean, there's potential for something happening there. Can you play the bird sounds from yesterday? It was very soothing. No. Because if I open up TFT, then I'm going to want to play TFT all day, and that's no good. Energy and financials looking good. VNOM is a play. I agree with you. Actually, you know what? Someone else brought that up to me too, Turd. Streaming earnings, of course. Is the meeting still 6-2? I believe so, yeah. Intraday. I'm still in wheat. Yeah, I'm not exiting my wheat position. There's a lot of I know people who specifically work in like agricultural futures, and I know a couple people in the wheat industry, and they're all still expecting increased pricing and are snapping up contracts at the current price as fast as they can get their hands on them. Are you gonna go to the shareholders meeting? Fuck no. Isn't it virtual anyway? I must stay subscribed because my kids call you Uncle Gurk, but it's better for morale if you don't use confusing phrases like I'm heavily diversified. I mean, I'm not heavily diversified. I still have like 60% of my money in GameStop. And that fluctuates based on how much money I lose on options and so on. Ooh. Are they going to fight for it again? This breakout's a little stronger. Jesus. Is a wheat ETF still okay to play or too manipulated? I mean, that's where most of my wheat position is. I have JJG too. It's not that it's manipulated, it was oversold. Not for nothing, I was watching Tropic Thunder last night. RDJ is ridiculous. I call that the spy dead pattern. I don't like the rejection. Ah, fucking ass. Hey, I only lost $1. That was worth it. My tummy hurts. From what? Is there any possibility for you to put system volume to 0? So I don't think it's my PC. I'd really appreciate that. I mean, I don't want to because then I can't hear my stop limits fill. Because I have another brokerage open, and that's how I know if my stops are filling or not. I'm a dude playing a dude, pretending to be another dude. Are you still in your SPY 617 405p? Those are farther dated, yeah. I'm not getting rid of those. I actually have 410s and 415s now also, but because I followed up the price action on Friday. So while it was running, I was buying puts. Change your PCs. Can you change the sound of your stop limit then? Maybe. I'm not really sure how to do that. System alert game is part of the fun of the stream. A lot of talk on run due to earnings hype. Do you see that happening? Do you see that happens? Or what earnings hype? GameStop fucking missed by like almost $2 in its last earnings, and their spending was increasing. What do you think will happen today? I think they're going to fight to keep their 130 puts in the money, and if they can, they'll try to get their 120 puts in the money. Yeah, I see it at about 67 cents right now, William. People think the NFT marketplace is worth like infinite money for some reason. I mean, it's worth something. Question is what? The possible announcements on earnings itself. I mean, those aren't earnings then. S rule. That's you're talking about the shareholders meeting? Could be very bullish. We don't know yet. I don't think we're gonna run into it. If anything, right, like their goal is to get liquidity right now. And so what they'll do in order to get that is they will try to dump the fucking price as hard as they feasibly can, because no matter what Ryan Cohen says, he could say the most bullish shit in the world, right? But if the price is tanking, you know, it's not going to look good. I don't expect them not to take advantage of that psychology. Weirdly heavy options flow. It's interesting. It's outperforming the market pretty significantly today. That could be relevant. I don't know what the fuck they do. It's a super app. Food deliveries, mobility and e-wallets, financial services. Yeah. Could do well if grocery stores are making more money. 400 cities in 8 countries. It's interesting. Yeah, I could see people pumping some money into this. It looks good. I mean, for today. I don't know how long that's gonna run, but I don't even know what that means. Chakuseki. There's 3.84 billion shares. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't mean anything if it's people are buying them though, right? I haven't, Joey Gray. I don't even know what it is. Well, look at GME options. 3 DTE puts 12 130 140 and 3 DTE calls 130 140 150. This calls lose value quick. They do. Quinn Wheat. We said yesterday that they don't just tank price on earnings to make us feel bad, but to get liquidity. But don't you think this is very personal? No. It's just psychology. Manipulating market psychology to their favor. It's not personal, right? I mean it's personal for retail, but it's not personal for them. Just managing a position. It's up 40% today. I mean, I don't care. I don't want to go chase something that's up 40% already. CNS happens all the time. Not just every day, all night also. Who want to buy some half-off JetBlue calls? Airlines are not the play. I think it's very personal for Melvin, who got pwned by resale. I mean, does he give a shit? He's still rich. He's still rich. He'll still start another fund in 5 years. I mean, sometimes shit moves against you, but it looks like he was prepared for that, right? He moved all his fucking money offshore, and he's still a fucking billionaire. His investors might not be happy. But it's not his money, right? You don't start a fund with your own fucking money. SoFi is voting. The last question is to authorize a reverse stock split. Ooh. Authorization for... Interesting. I wonder why they'd want to reverse. How many shares do they have? Hmm. Spy breakout. It is. It's starting to just look like higher highs. It's not particularly bullish. The SPY could kind of just stagnate today. I have a room with nothing but a single printer, so I'm somewhat of a hedge fund manager myself. You know how much it costs to just keep a room in New York City for a singular Hewlett-Packard inkjet printer? Turdferg? I mean, that room is worth $3,000 a month, easy. Interesting. If they vote on a reverse split, that's kind of that could be exciting. There's a lot of short interest on SoFi. Regarding ETFs and rebalancing, is there a multi-day window in which they can sell and buy shares of underlying to rebalance the fund, or just Friday, June 17th? Oh, there's a multi-day window. They have like T+3 to get it all in order. Certain funds that won't carry that low of a stock price. Yeah, they don't want to lose their insiders. That makes sense. But insiders will leave after a reverse split either way. Reverse splits, you know, statistically are not good for maintaining insider interest. Ryan Player, thanks for signing back up, buddy. I appreciate it, man.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the go.
Ink cartridges would be double that. That's the printer they used for GME's liquidity. it was evidence piece 1. Are you still thinking a reasonable low of GME is 100 to 110 before OPEX run? Yeah, I am. I mean, they're already fighting pretty hard to keep their 130s in the money right now. I don't expect them not to try to get their $40 million worth of other puts in the money as well. $50 million worth of other puts. I thought SoFi already did a reverse split. That must have been some other company. I don't think SoFi's done a reverse split. I've just looked at their daily. No, you don't want to YOLO $50 calls on SoFi. Interesting. SPY actually is breaking out a little bit. Let's try these 413s again. Oh, you bitch. Right when I fucking click buy. Whatever. I'm just gonna close them while they're in the money. Why is IV jumping? Resistance at 413? Ooh. Could be spicy. I mean, the last SPY calls I bought, I lost $1 on. I wouldn't call that bad luck. This isn't looking great for me. But IV's bumping up, so this could bounce here. If this bounces and the breakout continues, it'll be fun. Nope. Never mind. I'm gonna lose $10. Don't you fuck me. Just go right back up. Little bitch. Classic casino. But I made like fucking $700 already today on puts. Alright, I'm gonna cut my losses. Am I 3% down? I think I can fucking hold this to a test of the EMA 30. I don't give a shit about 3%. Gotta spend money to lose money. Yeah, that's right. $700 made with how much leverage? I don't know. It was like 25% on, what did I spend? $2,800? It's not chasing when you buy at the breakout. DK, welcome to Zillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, bro.
Happy birthday, Gherkin. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no cold. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win.
Oh,
Praise be to
what now?
RC and the BY, please, cause I need GME to move soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC saying that he
Little do they know that the SPY is gonna rip in T-minus. Fucking people telling me how to trade the fucking SPY. Get out of here. You're getting GME calls before earnings? No. Why would I get calls before the price drops? He's manipulating the SPY just to make himself right. If I had the money, maybe. Even if they announce the split during the conference call, it's still 10 days before it becomes effective at a minimum. Also, it'd be a bad look to announce a split at $120. They might be able to pull it off, but it wouldn't have. It'd have to be a small split, 2-to-1 maybe. Thoughts on Microsoft current price? It's not terrible. I haven't looked at it for a few days. I actually really liked it at 260. It looks like it's continuing back up though. I might wait for a buy-in at like 275, honestly, because it could reject there if the market falls again and we see another big sell-off on tech. I'd be cautious with an entry in this price range. Not only could it reject off the EMA 30 here, But it could reject off the 60 as well. And that would be in line with, you know, market expectations for the coming weeks as well. You bitch. It's just going to consolidate for hours because I have 0 DTs. Can you please say happy birthday to Buckle Up Jen? Happy birthday, Buckle Up Jen. Congratulations on being born on this day, however many years ago. Hedge funds hate this one trick. Don't buy food so you can afford more GME. I guess. I absolutely believe they'll get the price down to 90 to get their puts to print and then slowly start adding calls before the run. Yeah, that's usually what they do because they're assholes. What's wrong with a 3-to-1 split taking us back to 40? The media would love it. I mean, that's awfully cheap. Maybe. 3-to-1's possible. I think their target was 3-to-1 or 4-to-1. Like, that's their intention. It's just a little harder to have it. It's a little harder to have a good argument for it at these prices. I can see them announcing the split if we're trading at like 180, like in the middle of the OPEX run. Assuming that RC shares your theory as to ETFs and June OPEX, why not announce a split that is seen as too much 120 underlying, have price dip on a not good look, and then June OPEX happens? If I were him and I'm gonna announce a forward split and not a reverse split, right? I would wait until June OPEX and announce it. I would wait until the stock is in the middle of the climb while it's running up. Announce the split that way that their covering of OPEX looks like price improvement because of the split announcement, which will drive institutional FOMO in pre-split and continue to push the price up while longs have control of the options chain. But what do I know? Hey, Gorkle. Our futures rollover stuff's all dead. No, that's not even started yet. Regarding a split, don't you think the company is justified because of the volatility and illiquidity, even if the price becomes super low? Yeah, I mean, they need liquidity. Otherwise, they're not going to attract any new investors. But is it true the Fed starts to unwind its balance sheet this Wednesday? Yeah, QT begins tomorrow. Should email GameStop corporate your theory. Someone can pass it along. In the money, CCs love this idea of dividend later. 617 90 puts see strong IV crush even if the price keeps falling. Past earnings. I mean, they'll see some IV crash, but they bought them long before IV spiked. A lot of those positions were entered back in like early May. And they bought more when the skew was favoring them on the run up last week. QTFX bonds more than stocks or not really? I mean, most of it should be priced in. Their quantitative tightening was, their plans for quantitative tightening were laid out very clearly. Thanks, Lawrence of Alabia. I appreciate it. Hey, Greg, I know this is random, but I can't tell anyone in my personal life yet. After 6 years, my wife and I are finally having our own little spud. You're the man as usual, and I will continue to appreciate you for everything you've done for myself in this community. You Black Rock. Thank you, Mighty Potato. Congratulations on your spawn. Best of luck to you guys. Girk State Auto Insurance. You know a thing or two because you've seen a thing or two. Fighting to keep their 130s in the money. We're still above gamma neutral, right, Roberto? So a long push on the stock could pump the price up very quickly. So what they're going to do is they're going to attempt. They're working. They're actively working against active fund pressure in order to ensure that their price does not rise back up. We saw that on the last breakout of the SPY, shorting into the active fund buying in order to maintain the current price. You could have if you want to rewind the stream, you can watch it happen live. It's very compelling. I'm absolutely calling my child Little Spud from now on. It's ideal situation. They announce a split June 20th or 21st. Yeah. Because like the rest of the market's not going to know what the fuck's going on. They're going to be like, why is everyone piling into GameStop pre-split? There must be something we don't know. And that's going to attract interest, right? I get the feeling you're not proud of my CSP sell. Why not? I mean, you're re-entering your position at the price that you got exercised at, plus premium, right? So you're up. I think you could have bought a little cheaper if you had some faith in my analysis, but it's okay. You know, whatever. If they announce they're going through with a split during the June OPEX run, for example, then the rule is the ex-dividend date has to 10 days from announcement. Yeah. But what it'll look like is that people are buying in for the ex-dividend date. Even though, in reality, it's people covering the shorts on XRT. Or creation obligations, I should say. They're technically not short sales. $90 CSP are so far out of the money, they aren't worth the premium. True. That's why you have to be patient. Mid-July strike? I mean, yeah, still no Augusts. We may not see them till we approach the next cycle. They haven't unlocked them yet. Which is weird, because there's August monthlies open on other stocks. Not calling you a shill, but from what you know, do you have any hopes for a squeeze? I still think a squeeze is possible. I don't know if MOASS, as MOASS is defined by Superstonk, is a possibility in the market. I don't think the systems in place allow for it to happen. But if I mean, there's a margin of error there, and there's no denying that if everything lines up in the most absolutely perfect way, that it could happen. It could. So the potential for it is always on the table. You shall. I've got a couple thousands to drop on GME. If it was you, when do you think would be most advantageous? I'd probably wait. What do you consider a squeeze? 500 or higher? I mean, a squeeze would have to be something that broke the shorts. It would have to go at least to 1,000. So there's $69 million a share pipe dream. I mean, you're talking about, I mean, that could happen, right? But the number of people allowed to sell at those prices would be, you know, sub 1% of current shareholders. Because if it did happen, if GameStop suddenly became a contagion to the global economy and the American market, they would shut it the fuck down. That's their job. When they talk about maintaining a free and fair market, short squeezes are not part of a free and fair market. They shouldn't happen, right? If a short squeeze to that degree happens, you know, they're gonna stop it, just like they did with nickel. Yeah, there's never been an infinity pool. That's horseshit. That was horseshit when it first came out. I'm sorry to hear about the guy who wrote the DD. That was sad, but it was a shitty DD. You're describing Jan 2021 when talking of a contagion. Yeah, Jan 2021 was a contagion. It started to become one. And they were way out in front of that. I need this song to make the stock go up. I don't think the stock's going to go up a lot today. They're fighting pretty hard to keep it down. We could, but it'll have to be later this afternoon. And I mean, what at best, like a reversion to mean back to like 131. I think they'll try to keep their puts profitable as long as they can. It looks like they're fighting for it. But a Volga-Vana squeeze doesn't necessarily lead to a gamma squeeze. Like so many things have to happen for that to play out like the way we'd want to see it play out, right? I have no idea how he died. Do you like particular fertilizer, nitrogen stocks, or ETFs? Oh, none in particular. I mean, the whole market's going up. I would see if I could find some value still. There might not be a lot left. Like that whole sector has just been running. Is there any GEX from today? Any GEX for today from Friday? Yeah, but it was resolved, volumetrically resolved this morning. Did you guys notice that like the second we hit 360,000 shares, the price dove? Like the second gamma exposure was resolved? How do you feel about wheat? I'm still in it. $10K share price for GME pre-split seemed like a contagion. I mean, yeah. It's $760 billion, right? Oh, I hate the SPY today. It's just going to break down from this, right? I'm just going to close this with no loss. Ah, you bitch. Never mind. Not enough force. Oh, come on. Piece of shit. Where's the buy interest? It's hard if hedge funds ruining my mornings. Ah. How do MMs take into account the order book when hedging? So if they need to hedge and buy 100K shares, but 10K shares are bought, do they just buy 90? Or to keep their shares, they go the full 100K? Wait, what? Can you phrase that differently, Beef? I'm just not quite sure what you're referring to specifically. They don't take into account the order book, generally speaking. But what particularly in the order book are you thinking that they're accounting for? Like a buy order? I mean, they have algorithms that will, like, you know, if they want to stuff a buy order full of shorts, they can. Gurk, those who preach diamond hands and say to wait till phone number prices will sell for reasonable gains. I need others to hold in order to do it. Apes use apes. I know. I don't have any problem with diamond hands, but, you know, only if you're profiting off of it other ways. Like, driving illiquidity is profitable for everyone if everyone takes advantage of it. Would 500 be a reasonable price during a squeeze? I don't really know if that would be a squeeze, but that would be like very high volatility situation. It's, you know, it's the usage of this word, the word squeeze, that's the misnomer here. That's not like a short squeeze at 500, right? That's bordering on one. Splitting the stock 7-1 at 483 would not be a contagion. What do you mean? When are they splitting the stock 7-1 at $483? It's you're just saying hyperbolic shit. GameStop's trading at 125 with you know, gamma slide built to the downside right now. Yeah, it's every aspect of the super stonk like group psychology is an effort to solve the prisoner's dilemma, including DRS. I had the answer I wanted. Okay, no problem, man. Yeah, I've heard of that, Trina. I'm aware. Can you point me a thesis about a reverse split? Oh, I just said it would be compelling if he did one. It would blow up volatility positions. It'd be very exciting. There's no thesis there because it's not going to happen. Can you keep rolling CCs up and out, following price upwards without spending more money if you get caught with your pantaloons down? Yeah, you can. If you have margin. Prisoner's dilemma, question mark. Do you need to look it up? Let me refer you to Google. I tried to manage expectations of an actual liquidity squeeze for the super smooths. I reminded them the RC wants institutions to invest, which is only possible with liquidity. I know. Like, they're not going to sacrifice long-term investment to get a squeeze for shareholders. So now longs are fighting against the SPY dip. I mean, the SPY's just repositioning still. No one's truly bullish on it right now. And shorts are, you know, closed out a lot of positions the week before last. They re-entered some on Friday on the SPY, but not all of them. So right now the SPY is kind of stagnant. It didn't move up to test like or break through delta neutral, so you know, technically we should see a drop, or you know, it should continue to drop. I don't know if it'll attempt to test it again or not. That'll depend on, you know, economic data coming out this week. I think we have the job. Well, there's QT tomorrow, which could be stalling things, or at least stopping longs from coming in. And then we have economic data coming in the latter half of the week. And if like the jobs data comes in shitty again, that can drop the price. Wait, RC cares less about the squeeze than the success of his business? Gasp. Does the VXX options chain still look spicy? I mean, the last one I saw did, yeah. Would be a definite, oh yeah, this is 100% a short squeeze price point. I mean, we don't know, but I mean, we would see capitulation, right? And gap ups. We would start to see, you know, the ask side of the order book cleared out, and we would see the, you know, clearing houses allowing the gap ups to take place. So we'd see halts, upside halts, and then we'd probably see massive gaps to the upside as well. And that's the point at which I'd say we're seeing, you know, capitulation from short interest. Without margin, you can only roll once per day unless you have funds cleared, correct? Yeah. Or unless you just have the money to keep rolling it on the side. You should never full port into anything, whether it be covered calls or CSPs. You should, anytime you have options, you need money on the side to manage them. What the fuck? How do you know May OPEX wasn't the real one? Because they didn't close any of their puts. They just rolled them out. Win share recall? I mean, we'll see if they recall shares. They may not. A share recall is not a guarantee. You can't YOLO if you can't full port. So apparently Fidelity doesn't like it when you pattern day trade or the minimum account balance. No. Yeah, you still have to follow PDT restrictions. You can switch your account to margin or cash, and then you don't have to worry about that. You'll still have to wait T+2 for cash settlement. Did SPY get rejected? It did, yeah. It got rejected at like right before resistance. 213.58. And fell below VWAP. So it's not recommended to YOLO into options and turn 3K into $27. Technically, I still have cash on the side. It's enough for a whole AMC share. Literally nobody heard you say don't full port into anything. Yeah. You can use the roll functionality in Fidelity Schwab to roll CCs. The problem with doing that is that they fuck you on the spread. You can set a limit on the spread? Oh, I didn't know that. That's interesting. Not the best, but it works when you're underwater. Yeah, I mean, you can technically just keep rolling out covered calls until, you know, the price does what you want it to do or you give up. Are they adding to their put positions? I don't know. I didn't check the options flow today yet. Yes. Yeah, it looks like they bought they're buying in the money puts. That was probably on that breakout in order to stuff the price action. But 130s, 120s, 100s, and 125s. Notionally, I mean 130s 1.3 million, 120s 1.2 million. When GME spy correlation? We'll see. I mean, I'm sure they'll probably take some of the internalization and dump it. Yeah, exactly, C-Mill. They're just they're gonna use it to flush out internalization. Now that active funds are selling, they'll sell their shares back to them, right? So, like, imagine this, right? Active funds buying. So they buy in the money. This is how this largely went down. Active funds buying here in line with the SPY. So they internalize when it hits their price limit. Internalize. Right? And they sell, or sorry, they buy. By Jan 24, $200 puts. In order to create sell pressure and prevent the breakout, right? Then they get the price back under control with the next dip, and they release internalization on each of these dips and sell the active funds their shares back. How do you get back into the Dilly Country Club? If you were already one, it should just unlock automatically. Still not fooled. If it doesn't, just go to your Discord settings and link your YouTube account. So we negative beta right now? Lockstep, where the market maker wants us to trade, or is this price action in GME bullish or bearish? It's bearish. Did you read the Kill Switch DD written by a certain bat this weekend? Yeah, that was dog shit. I don't know where they get these fucking harebrained ideas. It's just like manic reading of financial documents with no understanding. I'm trying to understand the mind of the mentally ill, but maybe that's a lost cause. MTTR? I don't really have an opinion on it now. What is it? That Matterport? I don't know why everyone's so interested in this. It looks like it's dying, right? Why do people get into all these shitty fucking Twitter stocks? It's like reading a book in another language without knowing that language. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of, part of it's like sad. Like, imagine being that paranoid about your fucking $1,200 investment. Houston Wade is not a stock analyst. It's not being valued as incredible software. Lots of incredible software gets written and corporations are not incentivized to use it because they don't want to change what they've already got. Do you have any thoughts on Plug? Yeah. Do you want to hear them or no? I'll give you a hint, Dan Almighty. It looks like a piece of shit. Houston Wade is a rock analyst, yes. Is it profitable for short hedge funds to short GME down before earnings? I mean, Kevin Ma, they have like $80 million worth of puts below the current price. What do you think? What do they need to shed those Jan 24 200p, which would lead to a run up? Do they just pile those up until OPEC cycles to clear? No, they wait till they flip the market maker hedge to their side, and drive the price further down, and then they sell them for a profit while the market maker's hedging to the downside. So once the market maker hedge flips, and the market maker's hedging negative delta, then they sell the deep in the money puts. For a profit. Effectively what they do is they just short, right? They're like very high delta, like 0.6 and greater. And so effectively they just sell each contract sells short its relative delta in stock. Can we have an ASMR stream yet? You keep promising and not delivering. Yeah, I know. That's a thing I do. Although I'm pretty sure I didn't promise an ASMR stream. I feel like you've just interpreted my lack of interest as a promise to do it. What's the difference between IV30 and IV that shows up on WeBull for each contract? IV30 is the average at the money IV over a 30-day cycle of expirations versus individual contract IV, which is, you know, that contract for that date. Why does Pwn hate you so much and say your DD isn't yours? I have no idea. And it is. Essentially, they spend a lot of money to crash a stock to make more money, which is all perfectly legal. Yeah. I very much enjoy working your DDs, but I'm still not feeling great about YOLOing into one and only reshares. Do you have any tips for external sources of wisdom? No, but do your own analysis. Genuine opinion on trades and add a bit. I think trades is a con artist, and doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, and kind of stumbled into being popular on YouTube because of AMC. Add a bit, you know, I don't like the DD he's written, but I don't think he's like a bad person. I do think he cares very much about his popularity on Super Stonk. But at the same time, I think maybe he's willing to learn more. I don't think his DDs are like a bad introduction into what's going on with GameStop, but they're very hyperbolic and they've led to a conspiratorial mindset, which is prevalent on Superstock nowadays because of him. So, more harm than good, and no effort to rectify it, which I have a problem with. Funny how Pwn gave you $500 on your birthday. I don't know what happened there. She's like DM'd me really angry one day, and she hasn't talked to me since. I always like liked the DDs and stuff she did. They were interesting. She approached stocks from a very like math oriented background, which was interesting to see. I'm not trying to be mean, but I don't think trades is smart enough to be a con artist. I would have agreed initially. Like a long time ago, I thought he was kind of just like innocent, but lately he's been doing like a lot of like, oh, I'm gonna teach you about options and shit. And it's like, motherfucker, you didn't even know what a stock was 8 months ago. If I sell below my cost basis and buy back, is that a wash sale? If you sell for a loss and buy back, it's a wash sale. Thankfully, I never watched the Super Stonk mod stream of last year's shareholders meeting. Otherwise, yes, I'm sure it would have been cringy as fuck. Do you think it'd be good if I speak at the shareholders meeting, or should I leave that to Furlong? I think people would like to hear your voice, JC. Making money the Pi-Fi way. I've got a green portfolio thanks to you. Riku. Thank you, Dangerous Dan. Congratulations, man. Whatever the utility of indoor mapping ultimately is, who knows? I feel like I've run into situations in New York City where an indoor map would have been dope. Like, you arrive at a building, like, they'll be like, oh, you know, we're in Grand Central Station, but then, like, trying to find where in that, like, 3-block radius is kind of difficult. Stocks so dead, we're on a YouTube drama. The only reliable leading indicator. Time to buy puts. Like, I always thought Matt Kors was kind of like a shill because he knew enough not to lie to people, especially when it came to AMC, and just followed it for the popularity trend. Trey didn't know shit, so I didn't really hold it against him because he was pretty honest about not knowing shit. But now he, like, kind of tries to pretend like he knows something in order to maintain his viewership, and that's not cool. He really does ignore me now that my name's not green. Your fault, not mine. For those of us with cost basis of 150, 170, the best way to lower it is selling CCs since we don't want a wash sale. Yeah, I mean, selling CCs lowers your cost basis, but it's risky, especially with the shareholders meeting coming up. What's this period analogous to Gen OPEX, where the stock went to 130 before dropping back down to 80 until March OPEX? Was this period analogous to Gen OPEX, where the stock went to 130 before dropping back down? I think it's closer to Feb OPEX, except the run for the OPEX period was far stronger. FTDs were higher, and the run up for the OPEX period was stronger. Far more obligations rolled forward. HG recently integrated an in-store 3D map that detects your store and switches to their store layout. Cool. Do the Dans have emotions? I am conflicted. They shouldn't. It interferes with their work. You assume people can buy blocks of 100 shares, Moon. Are shares sold at a loss due to a CC classified as a wash sale? No, only if you buy back in lower than you sold them for. Or higher than you sold them for. So if you get assigned at like 130, right? And buy back in at 140, that's a wash sale. Also, why does everyone care so much about fucking wash sales? They're irrelevant. Coors bought into his own hype, thinks his big YouTube following equals validation of his ideas, like a CEO surrounded by yes men. What ideas? I've never seen anything out of Matt Kors that I could deem a projection or an analysis or even a thought as to the future. He only thinks in the exact moment that he is in. Like that's the reach, right? Did you say they're building up more of a put position in prep for tomorrow? They are. People are saying it was cringy, so I'm curious on what happened. Just go watch it, I guess, if you want to see it. Like the moderators of Super Stonk are just super stonkers, right? Like they don't know fuck about finance. They were like putting themselves up there and like trying to discuss the earnings call, and it was terrible. I didn't even watch it, but I heard enough and read enough about what happened. It was like white trash hoedown at the shareholders meeting. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full ball, I can be anything you need. Thanks for making trading greatly more entertaining. Third time is the charm on those Spy 413Cs, my man. Nah, fuck it. I'm over it. I'll just keep buying more puts. Too many rejections. I don't think it's gonna fucking break out significantly today. I was hoping that it would break out and really push up into that delta neutral, but I don't think it's gonna. And I don't like the way the volume keeps decreasing on the uptrends. Like, there's just no buyers. Do stocks like HDC increases in buying right before the dividend record date? Yeah, that's a strategy, actually. Like, people target... It's not the best strategy. I've tried it before. It's okay. But people target dips into X dividend dates. And they try to buy options here before the dividend's released. Because, like, big blue chips usually don't have very large short positions on them, right? And the shorts will cover instead of paying the dividend. And that'll drive the price up a little bit into the dividend date. I don't know who that is, Travis. Are you snagging any puts for earnings or too uncertain for your tastes? I have a few. Superstock is a beautiful collection of complete finance novices, self-included. I love it. My problem with that, though, is they think they know something, which they don't. Let me get this straight. Earnings will be meh. They short, get it low for OPEX. We all buy calls, including them. And then down we go. Maybe a split if we hit around 200. You mean up we go? Hit around 200? Probably. We'll see. I don't know when they're going to announce the split, though. That's not... You can't factor that into your strategy. What's going on? Prediction tomorrow, 100, 110. Maybe. We'll see. SPY's breaking out a little, and they're letting it out of the channel a bit. You think GME June 3 120p will see more green later this week, or probably not? Thanks, Girk. I mean, it very well could. I wouldn't buy weeklies, though, because the IV is inflated. It's not really a breakout. It's just a move to the upper end of the channel. Also on very low volume. That's the other thing about today, is volume is low. Especially compared to the last 3 days. You see their puts are for 617? They're out of the money puts are for 617. They're in the money puts are farther dated because they want that guaranteed short and like delta hedge. Will Superstock have a meltdown if GameStop doesn't announce a split at the meeting? Probably. Thanks for all the edutainment. As a low-key lurker, greatly appreciate you still being around. Who would have guessed 13 months ago? Not me. Thanks, Sandbergs. I appreciate it, man. Ooh. Looks like someone took a big straddle there, or is that just a big fucking buy? Interesting. I don't like this. There's an unprecedented amount of knowing something is up, even if they can't explain it. You ever dream of selling at 350 plus, having bought back in now, or does CC's make it all feel okay since the share will eventually be free anyway? Yeah, I think CC's just make it okay. Supersonic made you a celebrity. No, and I'm not a celebrity, but I made me that. I appreciate that people tuned in and listened, but it was like it's not like I didn't earn it. Or, you know, research GameStop every fucking day for a year and a half. Superstock shunned me, banned me, and called me a shill for 13 months while I tried to get them decent information. The people who didn't do that are still here. Superstock made Pulte a celebrity too. I know you do. That's fine. I don't care if people call me a shill. What play is that with the SPY? That big options block? July, August, put 385. It looks like a box spread. Maybe 400, 3. It's just a massive put position. But is it sold? Capitulation, maybe? That's interesting. Ooh. All right, we're running it back one more time. Let's see if I can lose another $20 on this buy. Pump it. Still a chance for a major run. I mean, the market has to drop for that to happen. Ashburn. Also, nobody should be playing the VXX because none of you guys understand what's going on there. And I haven't explained it. So you're just YOLOing into shit because you see me buying it. $13 ago, I had no idea what anything was. I still don't know a lot, but you taught me stuff where I would never have known. You were no shill, good sir. Thanks, Chris. That's fair. I mean, I don't expect you to day trade, Thomas, but I appreciate that. VXX 510 gang. I think you know well enough now to say you are absolutely a shill. I mean, no one pays me to, like, shill anything, though. Like, a shill is someone trying to sell you something. I'm not trying to sell anyone on anything. No, you're definitely a shill. Alright, fine. You explained VIX a few times. It's possible a margin call when it's decoupled with a massive amount of puts that need to be closed. Yeah. But it also might not happen. So, like, if it's not in the middle of squeezing, I don't want to talk about it. Because it's just like most of the questions are people that YOLO'd into a positions that have no idea what's going on. Shilly, shill, big shill, big shill, super shill, shilliest of shills, the Shillinator 900. Thanks, Jean-Claude. Won't the Powell and Biden be bearish? Why would it pump? I was thinking puts on SPY. I don't think anything's been announced with Powell Biden. Like, it's not a, like, public meeting, right? I need these puts to print me, or these calls on the SPY to print me. Well, $80 works. My losses from my other 2 sets of calls on the SPY. TFE was on Wall Street Bets, and he totally did not belong there culture-wise, so I can't imagine he cringes at SS content. Really? I can almost guarantee that anybody with with a modicum of financial knowledge cringes at most of the content on SS. I've been here 7 months, and I can say the only thing Supersonic did was what it gave everyone, an opportunity to get eyeballs, and it was freely given to the bats and quants alike. There was a moment in time when it was great. BTC over 32K. Moving. Thanks, Pickles Penny. Thanks to your advice, I bought 15 pallets of Vicks Vapor Rub, and now I'm broke. If your goal is to get me to laugh today, Chalky Sucky, you've finally done it. Where are my VIX call prices, or my SPY calls not updating? There we go. That's the right price. Intraday cup and handle BBBY. Sure. Would you prefer a black swan event or repeated cycles for another few years? Repeated cycles for another few years. Like, no fucking question. Compounding consistent gains? Are you fucking kidding me? Versus one highly volatile event that'll likely lead to broker systems fucking failing? It wasn't the start of the DRS train, because at the start of DRS, there was a lot of open dialogue about it. It was when a very small subset of super stonk started, you know, deciding that DRS was the only way. And as that sentiment spread, pushed very hard by those same people, it became less inclusive of ideas and information. And when that started happening, that's when it started dying. And it has. I mean, the data supports it too. I'm curious to see the state of the sub when we start squeezing. Absolute shit show. You're just ignoring my super chat? Rude. Where? Pi-Fi has a shill. We need the True Bull. J-Fresh for mod. Bring us to Tendyland. Shilliam Shatner. Thank you, Claw Range. Thank you, Darth. I mean, I think I posted, my first post was on our GME. And then, like, the migration happened, and I was like, fuck it. And I went over to Super Stock. Because, I mean, that seemed like where people were for the most part. If everyone knows the cycles, then the cycles will just be overplayed. I mean, ideally, the cycles would break if everyone knows the cycles, which would cause a Black Swan event. GME earning reported on DRS that picked up the movement. Isn't that a sign that's important? No. It's just it's just material irrelevant, man. It's accounting. That, you know, if they did not report that and investors suffered losses, they would be liable, or potentially liable, for not reporting a significant amount of the float locked up. It's a real thing. So it's not so much that GameStop wants to report DRS numbers, it's that they need to. If everyone plays cycles equals MOASS more likely. Yeah. Cycles for MOASS. We'll see. I mean, there's a stock offering will likely, or like a split will likely stop the cycles. if for some reason liquidity still remains extremely low post split, then they could continue, but watch your exit strategy video from 4 months back yesterday. Your demeanor then was almost comically different in that video. It made me chuckle given how cynical about the situation of MOASS you are now. Not knocking, just saying I completely understand the sentiment. I mean, yeah, I mean the difference being the more we learned, the more reasonable our expectations became. It wasn't like, you know, we didn't love the stock or believe in the outcome, but you know, we weighed it with the facts that were available to us in the data. Don't get me wrong, there was a time when, and also that exit strategy video is way older than 4 months ago. Example of a reverse split happening tomorrow. Cassie, the ticker, could you explain? What do you want me to explain? Double down. Like how a reverse split works, or price going into a reverse split? I don't know if this is the best example. It's not a lot of trading, but yeah, it's dropping. People are selling out ahead of the reverse split. It's usually what happens. A lot of times reverse splits are done in order to remain on the exchange. This is trading at 35 cents. If they don't reverse the split the stock, they'll probably be delisted. So in order to avoid that, they're reverse splitting, but that's not something bullish, right? Have you read Trimbath's book? A lot of it, yeah. She's very well educated on the DTCC. I think her book, at least, I don't know if obviously she's probably informed herself separately, but at the time the book was written, I don't think she was aware of the liquidity provisions provided by ETFs. It was a little bit, you know, before that time, right? And so the general thesis of the book greatly affected by that. Also, you know, she wrote that book before CNS was continuous, truly continuous. So there's some, you know, things in the book that are a bit behind the times. GME's coming back up a little bit. Not, they're still suppressing the breakout though. If you were holding 63130p, would you hang on to it through earnings? Probably. I mean, if you're in the money already though, like you probably should have sold when we didn't fall through 120 and just taken profits. Like I had 130p's this morning and I sold them when we bounced at the bottom. Yeah, I don't think a reverse split's very likely. That's what they said. Okay, yeah. Every Persian I've ever met in New York City has been super nice and has a PhD or MD. You have none of the above and are by far my favorite. Thanks, Moon Man. Yeah, no problem. You're the schmoopy. How can I learn about how the economy affects the stock market in various ways? Any books I can read that you know of? Like macroeconomics? Not off the top of my head, but if you DM me, I could probably shoot you a short reading list. You're not the anti-hero apes want. You're the anti-hero apes need. I don't know about that. Hey, I made back my money from my losses this morning. Woo. Well, my losses on the SPY. My gains on GME are slowly bleeding away, though. What's your target on the SPY today? If this breakout is sustained, which it might be, 418.60. Now that it's broken above 413.94, 418.60, then 420 after that. If I DM you, can you send me your list of recommended erotic fan fiction? No. It's private. Seems like stimulus talk's going well. Interesting. So we're not bullish on GME MOASS. Been holding since last January. I would love to get my 10K out at some point in my life. I mean, it's not that I'm not bullish on MOASS. I just don't see a way for it to happen. Realistically. Not to the degree that, you know, Super Stonk will tell you, like 101 million a share or whatever. Yeah, no, not a problem. I think there's a potential for a Volga-Vana squeeze because of overextended volatility positions on GameStop, which could lead to something very much like last January's run. But I do think that the entities with large interest in GameStop have no problem stuffing the price at $400. Rude, unsubbed, unwatched, unmodded, unliked, unphotoshopped, and unborn. You can't just unborn yourself, Fluffiosa. We'll miss you. Find another word to use for people who don't say what you want. You missed my second Ko-Fi. Oh, sorry, walking. If no MOASS, then let's make our fucking own, right? All hail the cycles, baby. Exactly. That's 416. Yeah, I'm gonna take my profits, I think. Well, maybe not. This should be like 10. Actually, this is still looking pretty bullish. For 1860. Better yell. Money just wouldn't be worth the paper it's printed on. I am streaming earnings, Justin Walker. I like this channel because you're realistic, unlike other profiteers pushing wild theories. I mean, we've had some pretty wild theories. I don't know if I've profited off them, but what are you talking about? No. I mean, if a liquidity crisis on GameStop directly, sure. But I mean, the fucking, of all the stupid shit pushed by Super Stonk, the idea that like a falling market is going to somehow hurt short positions is one of the most absurd, right? been reading your DD and learning a lot, but I was wondering what all the cycle hype is about. I know it's great exercise, but are you all training for the Tour de France or what? You could do better, Trash. I think the liquidity is a huge issue. The liquidity is infinite. Double down on my Tesla puts. Fuck yeah, Mr. Carl. Game exposure from last week taking place tomorrow, T+2. Maybe. I think we saw it resolve this morning, though. There wasn't that much exposure from last Friday, D-Pipe. It's like 300,000 shares, and all of that actually covered right here. Like the second we hit 360,000 volume, our price just tanked. Which was exactly the Knave Gax from Friday. And this was inverse the market. So this price direction, the market opened and went straight down. So it's very likely that they covered the Knave Gax right at open. Because the media doesn't know shit about finance. They just report on what they're told to report on and algorithmically fill in articles. Like X stock is down because of this. Why not? If liquidity wasn't infinite, the market couldn't operate on a T+2 settlement schedule, right? You're creating a lot of cycle enthusiasts. Good. It's called forced liquidation. What is this? Did you get login info yet for Wednesday? I mean, they're probably just going to stream it on YouTube again, right? You think short hedge funds could potentially not short earnings, banking on the idea that GameStop will generate liquidity through a split before OPEX? Seems risky if so. They're like $80 million in puts would say otherwise. Yeah, but they're not just short GameStop, Thunder Fury. They're short everything. They're short all retail. It's not just GameStop. GameStop just has the biggest liquidity problem out of those, except for DDS. Are you still looking at Sega? No, I ended up getting dumped out of it. Are you buying any GME calls with more theta than October? No. How do I convince my parents to sell covered calls on their 100,000 shares of General Motors and give me I don't know. Explain to them I mean, I don't think GM's really worth selling covered calls on, honestly, but Why are there so many people in this chat asking if X will happen X day? Chill. This is a lot of days. Oh, you bitch. Stop gapping down. There. Ugh. Yeah, spy calls. I'm out of the spy calls. I made my money back though, which is cool. Time for spy puts. Probably just more chop. It's risky. I'm gonna stay out of it for the rest of the day, I think. Does Bobby have the same put action on it? No, it's different. BBBY is under the put wall. Commodity markets are too tight. Sure. I'm not saying it's not going to become an issue. But commodities are a lot different than equities. No doubt the GME is going to rip to 180 later today, tomorrow, when Pulte releases the RRP numbers. Also, RC moved the earnings day. When earnings during trading? After hours tomorrow. IBKR just had like 12k shares available for the first time in a week. No, they've had shares come in and go out over the last few days, but I'm sure they're going to return shares. This is the time for them to return as many shares as they feasibly can before June. IBKR just had 12. Would you happen to know when short hedge funds have historically begun shorting GME as earnings date approaches? Morning of report, afternoon? It depends. We haven't always been. I mean, they started shorting the last earnings call like several days in advance of earnings, with our low being realized on like after hours on the earnings date. We ran into June earnings and the shareholders meeting. Shit. Moving those supporters. Fuck. God, I need to delete all these again and restart. It's getting messy. August earnings, about 4 days before they started shorting. December earnings, we kind of ran flat into earnings. I mean, they shorted us all the way into it, but then like the 2 days before earnings, we were basically sideways. We have never run up into earnings call. What's the reason wheat is decreasing in price? Seems odd given the situation, because the market's running. A lot of people asking about wheat. It's just down a bit today. The market ran really hard Friday. I'm surprised wheat didn't drop. I think maybe the contract was locked. But it's dropping a bit today because the market ran. So remember, this tracks directly futures contracts. So you know, if the soft wheat futures are limit upped or limit downed for the trading period, like wheat just doesn't do shit. So if it did a limit down and then it's going to trade down today. Last earnings we ran hard, but that's Q4 also. We didn't run hard into earnings. We ran after earnings. And we didn't run after earnings because of earnings, let me tell you. Our earnings were a massive failure. Upstart is super manipulated. I watch it all the time. I play it pretty frequently. What do you want to know about it? Oil almost hit 118 earlier. Good. Did you imply earlier that you don't see a VV squeeze going higher than the 400-ish range before short hedge funds would have the ability to stifle it? I mean, short hedge funds will get the ability to stifle any upward price movement as soon as we break gamma maximum. So the only thing that can power through that, and don't forget that they changed the rules regarding variance swap and volatility swap hedging back in February. So the hedging that in periods of high volatility, they don't have to hedge or carry as much margin as they used to last year. So a Volga squeeze is even harder to facilitate now than it was before NSCC 001 and OCC 00122 came out this year. What do you mean by that? With earnings that means we'll drop even more? Why the fuck would we have good earnings? Our Q4 earnings were a huge miss, and SG&A was on the rise. Supply of commodities will not increase enough. That's impossible. So inflation will go parabolic unless liquidity across all markets seizes up. Yeah, I don't agree. You're making me sad. Say nice things about GameStop now and do the negative. It's not a negative. They're a growth company. They're supposed to be spending money. Earnings should be shit. People just don't understand how to separate, you know, sad feelings from their stock. BBY price target still $62 this week or next? I have July's. Check DMs or GME channel or 510 King channel dance. Our eternal praise be to the Windies and 2-for-1 special. I see you've made a video. I'll watch it later, Darth. Maybe on my next break. Superstock convinced me to sell my shares before Q4 earnings, and I ended up losing a lot of value. Why would they? How did Superstock ever convince anybody to sell shares? Is this a round? I mean, besides the cringiness, is this a rounded top breakdown? Yes. Best chance for a squeeze really just an unlikely but possible share recall. Well, not just a share recall, a large outside catalyst. A share recall would be that, but there are other large outside catalysts that could occur. Somebody could come in and buy a huge amount of GameStop all at once. I mean, but outside, without a large outside catalyst, then yeah. Roll weekly 120 cc's to next week, same strike. If we expect down all through to OPEX, I don't know when they're going to start covering for OPEX. There's a lot of fucking obligations built up for XRT for June. They may start covering early, which they did in November. If they no, I don't think Pulte has enough money to buy a large enough amount of GameStop. If they announce anything bullish on the shareholders meeting, would their put ramp counteract most of that? Probably. I mean, that's the intention, right? Thoughts on large amounts of put orders coming in? They're gonna try to tank the price. What do you mean? Thoughts on it? It's pretty obvious. If we go to the sub 100s before OPEX, I'll pigeon whale for life, homie. So I'll be looking to get into calls next week. I mean, I'll probably be looking as soon as IV crushes this week. Moon. Like, I'm gonna start buying. I have some right now. I already have some, like, October 110s that I bought when we crossed DN last week. And then I have some October... Oh god, I only have like a couple. I think I have some October 120s as well. Those I'm just gonna hold on to, but I'm gonna buy more, but probably not October for the rest. If we go down to the $40 range, if we split, would that stop them from just covering their positions? I mean, they still need the liquidity to cover. Whether you're buying one share or two doesn't fucking matter. Splits don't change anything. What would you do with a 130cc for Friday? Rolled up and out from last week. Overall, irresponsibly sold in the first place. Well, if IV crushes on Thursday morning, then you're in a pretty good spot to buy it back, right? WeBull's public opinion for GME is 97.5% bullish. Why aren't we running? Crime? Just because some jackass hit a thumbs up button while sitting on their toilet doesn't mean they're buying large quantities of the stock. That's not true. I once did a split and tore my taint. I was changed. That is a lower high if we bounce here. What's the SPY doing? Interesting. Ooh. This is kind of sexy. Well, it either gets rejected here or we get some volume. Oh. volume's bleeding down into the consolidation. Honestly, this could break either way. I do like it though. For the bull side. I think volume starts to pick up here. Yeah. Buying to stock breathalyzer companies? Stock and breathalyzer companies? I don't know. With 120, well, 125 puts this week be profitable if they tank the price on earnings. Still going to IV crush. Yeah, they're going to IV crush. That's the problem. I would look further out if you're trying to make that play. Is GameStop's new taint at 130 as opposed to 180? Seems to break either way from 130. Roaring Kitty June 2nd stream? What? Pulte enjoys degrading poor people on Twitter, making them beg for his charity. This is also how he chooses his prey, the most deadly prey, poor people, who he likely hunts for sport. Hashtag facts. Would you put your right hand on GME share and swear to God that you're not a shill? I have a share here somewhere. What do I do with that? I have to find that. So not right now, no. I hit thumbs up on the toilet, but it was the bidet that moved my hand. It was both harmful and full bull. Ooh, it's failing. Hold on, I don't want to lose my $80 profits for the day. Oh, you bitch. Okay, cool. You really have a GME certificate? Just one. You can order them from Fidelity. They're like, they charge you for it. Ah, you motherfuckers. I'm done with the spies choppy bullshit today. It's not DRS. I boofed it. If we MOASSed in June, he was gonna rip it up on stream and eat it and watch super stock people cry. I don't remember what the fee is, but it's kind of ridiculous. What do you mean? I'm still up for today. I netted $80 on the SPY and fucking like $768 on 130Ps. I actually made 200 on the SPY, but I also lost. I'll have to add that up later, but I think I lost 10 and then I lost 40 and then I broke even on the last two, so 50. So I actually made 150 on the SPY. DFE didn't support DRS? What the fuck are you talking about? There's no negative aspect. I mean, aside from it costing GameStop a lot of money to maintain the accounts. I don't know, Bipolar Bear. I'm still up 25,000 on cat calls, so. Did you realize the $13,000 yet? I hope so. TFE supported Pulte. How do we get a question at the shareholders meeting to ask how much they're spending to maintain those accounts? I'm not sure where you submit the questions. I didn't really look. How much do you typically make in a day on just day trades? It's been a long time since I've like actually day traded. I would say like my baseline was like 1,000 a day. That was a long time ago. I mostly swing trade now. Like I'll fuck around on here because this is just like a play account, but for the most part, my trades are like just swing trades now because I have to manage the stream. The cost to maintain direct registration accounts is marginal, not according to the people who sued ComputerShare for overcharging. Not according to ComputerShare's earnings. So, no. You mean Roaring Kitty? John Smith? He's still here. I don't know where he is today. He hasn't told me to ban Moonwind or Darth, but he's usually around. Can I give you my play real account to manage? No. What's on CRM earnings? I have no idea. Don't play earnings. It's gambling. Yeah, QT should be priced in. The Fed laid out their plans for QT a while back, so. I got assigned on my 120cc last week. So sell a 120 CSP and buy your shares back at a lower price. Right? For most companies, would a split be announced at earnings or at a shareholder meeting? Sometimes at a shareholder meeting, usually not at earnings. Usually outside of both, honestly. About 10K of 617, 100 puts on Friday. Everyone called me dumb. I honestly think it was a good play. Thoughts? I think you're too far out of the money. I think it's risky. We could hit it, but it's risky. I'm not even saying they won't print. They could. They very well could. But very far out of the money, right? Like that's a big gamble. Is there any reason we would run tomorrow into earnings? Now that we've defeated the bull thesis in your DD and the MM obviously has control of the stock, why wouldn't we dip further tomorrow? I don't expect us not to dip further. I think we're gonna. We're already under 130. I said in this morning's DD, if we slip that 130 put wall, it'll be very hard for GameStop to regain its bullish momentum. Probably impossible. You guys really think that the Fed and any others won't try to do everything to get these shares sold for cheaper prices? I mean, we saw what they did last year in Jan. What do you think they did last year in Jan, Mohammed? Please feel free to inform me. You mean Citadel dumped internalization on Robinhood and then bought up a bunch of their company for fucking pennies on the dollar in order to bail them out of the situation that Citadel put them in? Or are you talking about Apex going down for 15 minutes? That's what happens when you're a self-clearing brokerage with $50 billion in assets. You're weak. Small fish. Big fish eat small fish. 100 million December puts on SPY 400 and 385. Fuck. That's a big position. I mean, not unusual for the SPY, but big. He thinks the Fed called Virtu and Citadel. That's my bet. Probably. Or some other equally nefarious conspiracy. Fidelity up to 15.5. Cool. He's full of the evil cabal of evildoers thesis, it seems. I mean, I don't want to judge him on that. That's unfair. Sell more puts. Let's get Moonwind CC out of the money this week instead of in them. It's your charitable deed for the year. Get it out of the system early and hedge karma. Hello, this is JPOW. Shut it down. Shut it all down. Where's the daily posted? There's a link at the top of chat. B. Next couple weeks, I'm going to be DCAing into calls over time. I know fucking Amazon keeps going up. Don't remind me. Ugh. Last day for buying Amazon shares to qualify for that tasty split. I'm just gonna get the split. And then I'm gonna get fucked. Watch. Just more internalization, trash can. You absolutely should not begin with day trading the SPY. The SPY is very difficult to trade. I would start day trading with something like low leverage and like volatile penny stocks so you can learn setups and learn to set your limit orders and follow trends. And I would start with a paper trading account and do it that way before I started with real money. If you can turn $100 into $500, you can turn 1,000 into 5,000 or 10,000 into 50,000. Puts on Kirk's Amazon CC strategy. Listen, I have essentially free shares of Amazon. All right. I'm just going to be stuck with them forever, which I'm not so happy about. $100 shares of Amazon now, same like 200,000 shares of Amazon soon. It's 20 to 1, right? Yeah, 2,000 shares. Sava, that's a name I haven't heard in a while. What if I could turn 500 into 100? Then you could turn 50 into 10. Same as bag holding? No, but not where I want to have that much capital tied up right now. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm bullish on Amazon, but I wanted like 5 shares, not 100 of them. And now it feels like owning a house. Like, it's just like my cost basis on them so low that I don't want to get rid of them, but at the same time, I don't want to hold them forever, you know? Do taxes related to a stock split dividend factor into share owners doing recalls and whether shorty closes his positions? They could. I mean, obviously they'll do an internal analysis of that and choose whichever is best for them. Thanks, Gherkin, joining me in this adventure through the jungle. What's up, Diddles? Why no sell CCs on Amazon? Well, I did for a few weeks, and the price kept going down. Like, I'd sell a CC in the money, and then the price would drop. I'd sell a CC in the money, and the price would drop. I'd sell a CC in the money, and the price would drop. So now it's coming back up, and I don't want to sell any CCs because the split's going to happen. So maybe, I don't know, maybe I'll sell a covered call right before the split takes effect. Sava, whole option chain, almost in the money. What mean? That's compelling. I mean, don't chase it, or you'll get fucked. I'm sure there's some sort of news. I don't know. I don't see anything overly bullish there. Just weird de-spacking process going on again. Short the top if you want. SSR before earnings? Not necessarily. I mean, their puts are far enough dated that they can just drag this entire week sideways. That's why I don't like the idea of buying puts for this week. One of your better comments on yesterday's stream was making it clear your situation is different than most of ours. We aren't on the same level as you, and that's okay. It's not really about being on the same level. It's just managing wildly different positions. And I'm you know, there's stuff behind the scenes that I'm like factoring into what I do that, you know, isn't evident. And so because there is a lack of transparency there, I people should exercise caution when attempting to follow what I do. Ghosting someone's plays is never a good idea. You're always behind the curve. It's far easier to suppress any positive pressure when under GN, yes. Do you think they'll aim to drop the price closer to that point before earnings call tomorrow? Not necessarily. The easiest way for them to break these cycles is in after hours. GME declaring Q1 2022 earnings June 1st after close, consensus EPS negative 1.45, 1.3 billion US dollars, implied move negative 20 plus minus 21.1%. Are you almost always chasing if you're ghosting someone else's plays, right? Yeah. I mean, I do the pickles picks because I'm not, unless I declare a position in those, and like there's more information there, right? But unless I already have a position in place, which I note, then I you know am saying what I'm looking at entering. But it's more to give an idea of potential price action on something, and also those, you know, I'm very careful with picking which ones because I know people YOLO super hard into stuff, especially if they're cheap. "100% sure there was a guy on Wall Street Bets copying Rentec plays based on what? Their 13F? They're fucking, most of those positions are closed by the time they're reported. Can you please just front run me?" No, turd. What happens if the GME shares bought after X dividend date and before the split? Do they get reduced in price but no additional shares added? I'm having a hard time figuring it out. Yeah. Although the X dividend date and the effective date should be directly in line with each other, right? So like whatever the X dividend date is, the effective date should be immediately the following day. So there shouldn't be an opportunity to fucking buy shares in between. Like there shouldn't be a gap. There could be, but there probably won't be. Six times the charm on spy calls, Garrick. No, fuck it. I'm gonna take my mediocre profits on the spy today and chill. Yeah, I heard the Fidelity bar, but Fidelity's borrow rate's always lagging. So the higher Fidelity borrows rate gets, the more I expect to see like a drop in other borrow rates. Like Fidelity's borrow rate on the last cycle peaked like after all the other borrow rates started coming down. Don't forget, creation in ETFs is still free, and regardless of the borrow rate, the rebate rate is still in lockstep with it. You're so good, you must be cheating. No. There's no way to cheat. I mean, there's ways to cheat, but I don't have enough money to do them. The further dated you are, the less affected your premium will be by IV crush. So, you know, if you buy like July or June puts, like late June, mid June, June 17, July 15, or October puts, you know, October obviously being the best for this. You know, the IV crush will affect you less. So most here with June 17s, least here with October, or you can buy leaps. So you'll lose the least amount of premium. So the farther dated they are, the better. If that's what if you're trying to do it for earnings call, for profitability, obviously. Or you could get more leverage closer, and there's an argument both ways for that. You can just look up penny stocks that are trading a lot of volume on any given day. First name, just like sort by volume and look for cheap stocks. It's true. Yeah, not from the future. You're so money, but you don't even know it, but you do. Is there any real difference between covered put exercise or naked put? I mean, in the exercise of them, yes. Because in a covered put, what any losses sustained, uh, like between the premium where you placed it and the current trading price aren't realized, right? Like you're locked in at the maximum loss. A naked put, I mean, it doesn't have infinite loss potential, but it has a lot. A naked call has infinite loss potential. Yeah, I would probably wait, Captain Jack. Patience is the best skill to learn. Yes. Do you trade Visa? Constantly. No, I haven't gotten COVID. With this bullish SPY trend underway, SPY 500 end of year? Absolutely fucking not, bipolar bear. I feel like people are being super patient and smart with their plays this cycle, and it gets me so jacked. I agree. It's pretty awesome. I mean, people got a little impatient last week before Wednesday, but not too many, fortunately. Just a few. And I think most of them got out okay. The Pigeonwell breeding program's on a hiatus. Chakiseki. I'm telling you the worst time to drop the School of Stock CC video. I mean, whatever. I didn't tell it. It doesn't even cover GameStop. It's just educational information on covered calls that people drove me fucking nuts about for weeks, months. How do you know when to be patient and hold a longer term option versus closing it short term to get back in at a better price later? I mean, you would base that on your analysis of what you expect the stock to do, right? If you think that, you know, you've reached a local peak and there's going to be a better opportunity to the downside, then you would close it, right? If you think that your thesis hasn't played out, or the thesis that you bought a lot of theta for hasn't played out, then you wait. How do you clean your water bottle? I have a brush. It's like a brush and soap. What, do pigeon whales not mate in the summer? Are they all following their migratory patterns? Who's your favorite non-pigeon whale after me? Oh boy. I re-upped my pigeon whale membership last night. The breeding program is alive and well. Thank you so much, Velvet Jupiter. Now we can restart. Wait, did you really? You want me to play you a song? I guess not, because you did it in the middle of the night. Or were you just feeling particularly bullish? Yeah, Hams, you're not crazy. Do you have a Rolex? Do you think they're good investments? I don't have a Rolex. I have a tag that I got from an old job. It was like a bonus. I don't ever wear it. Why are they crushing the IV on their own puts? They bought them, most of them position they bought weeks ago before IV was up. Also, they don't care if they're going to print them, right? If they're going to push them into the money, why would they give a shit about the IV? They're short volatility. Hams is definitely crazy. I don't know. Ask your accountant. Probably. There might be some. No, maybe not, because it's not like officially education. I think you can only write it off if it's like a accredited course or something. As chairman of your favorite stock, I recommend you leverage Guybrush for the rest of the week. Good to know. Yeah, Fidelity CTV's up, I know. What do you want, Moon? You want to sell 100 CSPs before IV crash? What if you get assigned on them? Then the IV crash won't matter. Why would you sell CSPs that far out of the money? What the fuck are you thinking? I'm okay being assigned at 100. Okay, but like, why? Why not just wait and sell them later once we found a floor? You're gonna sell a bullish. So you're selling a bullish contract as we're hovering under a massive put wall. I'm new here. Are you bullish this week or no? I'm not bullish for today or tomorrow. Like, we expect to go down. This isn't the time you sell CSPs. If I sell near the money, you know what? The premium will be higher if you sell near the money. What about the day after tomorrow? I mean, we don't fucking know, right? We don't know what's in store for us at the shareholders meeting. What's the earliest date you would recommend on June OPEX calls if you look for enough liquidity to sell them? July 15th. Well, first of all, any call needs to encompass all of OPEX, which can be, you know, the initial run, which is T+2, right? And this time there's a holiday, so it's actually T+3. So this is the 21st through the 24th, essentially. So it has to encompass all of that. Then it has to encompass any additional price action the following week due to gamma exposure from the initial run, right? Much like March, the cycle can drag on for several days afterwards as more calls are bought and FOMO continues to drive the price higher. So really you want like 2 weeks out to cover everything. And then you need to find liquidity, which you're not going to find until the next monthly strike, like the next monthly expiration, which is July 15th. So I think these are the best early calls for June. And then, you know, if you're afraid of June not happening, you'd want to buy even further, like October. I haven't heard from Sanjit in a long time. If Pigeonwell breeding program is on hiatus, can we set up a Pigeonwell adoption program instead? Can I call dibs on Hen Banan? I mean, you can't call dibs on her because she's a person, but you could ask her. Long time no listen. Hope you are well and mold free. Thanks, George. When I popped in about a month ago, you seemed less bullish on MOASS. Have your thoughts changed with SI rising and borrow rates increasing? No, not really. The increase in the borrow rate and the short interest rate isn't really rising that much, but the increase in the borrow rate is just indicative of drying up liquidity. That doesn't mean MOASS though. There's still infinite liquidity available in ETFs, so I don't think that's really changed. And through market maker liquidity provisions. Yeah, they may wait till post earnings. I don't really think the OCC is doing that, honestly. I don't think they care. They're just simply not opening them yet. They may not open them till closer to June, like after June expiration. They can open them at any time after March, but GameStop probably hasn't been trading sufficient volume for them to open up the additional chain. Isn't this T plus 35 or yesterday T30, or was yesterday T35? There was no T35 from what? The big chunk of FTDs ended the week before last. It's drying up, but there's infinite liquidity. Okay. I don't think you understand. Let me try to explain it a different way. GameStop stock does not represent its so liquidity directly on GameStop does not represent available liquidity. Has there ever been an instance where ETF rebalance on MJSD has been can-kicked for any stock ever? I mean, the ETF rebalance isn't on MJSD. Or wait, it is. No. You mean F-Man? I'm confused what you're trying to ask. Outside of GameStop, there aren't instances of this, right? Outside of this basket of stocks. No, I mean, on GameStop, no, we've never seen them move beyond the quarterly rebalance. In fact, they usually covered the month before. Should the shareholder dividend vote count be over 100%? Be used tactically in any way? No. How? I mean, they can announce it. I think you might have missed the bus on crypto mining by Polar Bear. So let me get it straight. I don't know what you're not understanding here. Earnings will be meh. They short. Load up on calls for OPEX, and then we go slowly back down. Unless the price hits around 200 and GME does a split. Am I right? Sort of, yeah. It's a very simplistic take, but relatively, yes. How many 416 tests does it take for SPY to get the hint and die? My puts are crying out. It's just choppy today. It's not really going to move. I don't think it's going to move very hard in either direction. BTC to a... Why are you... Stop spamming the chat with nonsense. Adam Aaron announced that retail owns 90% of Popcorn. Your move, RC. They own 90% of the shares available for them to own. Very well spun narrative, but not true. Why it's not letting me send hugs at the moment? Joke's on you, YouTube. I can still send hugs. This is like when I pigeon wailed so I could tag someone in the Discord in a hug gif after they blocked them. Regardless, hugs. Let's make some money this cycle. Fuck yeah, Pickled Morty. As much as you wish that was a thing, definitely not Girk's Bull Mayo guy. It's probably not. Fidelity bar rates up, I know. Until regulators get a handle on the ETF loophole, shorts have a release valve. Here's the problem though. It's not that, and this is where the issue really comes up, George, is that it's not that regulators have no interest in getting a handle on the ETF loophole. It's there for a reason, right? The SEC has been aware of this multiple times, especially with XRT, since 2011. They have no desire to shut down something that can provide liquidity to the market and reduce volatility. BTC to 100K end of year. Jesus fucking Christ. It's horseshit. It's not happening. BTC's not hitting 100K. Not unless the capital markets fail, which I guess is possible. As for the female pigeon whales, we have women there as well. That's okay. I mean, I guess if that's something they're into, I'm not gonna kink shame them. SPY DJX and QQQ all in an ascending triangle with decreasing volume. Doesn't the volume go up as it reaches the peak normally? No. Volume should consolidate. Volume should break out in one direction or the other at the end of the consolidation. But it's still a consolidating pattern. I just paid $12 for a salad. I am a wise investor. It could hit 100K at some point, yeah, but very unlikely that it would hit it this year. If anything, I mean, Bitcoin's in a bear flip right now, so it's just going to continue down probably for a while. This intermediate rally it's undergoing right now, I don't think is going to be very long-lived. Someone is slandering my name. I'm not that bullish on BTC. Disregard that list, Ko-Fi. Will do. So with your weekend DD, would you say we're on the bearish side of things? Absolutely. What's the range for how low we can go? 80, 70, 70. That's the lowest probable price. I don't think we'll get to it, but if we did, you know, I'm gonna exploit the opportunity. So what I'm hearing is that providing liquidity is street speak for manipulating price and delaying delivery to the point of failure, and then hiding the fact that it ever happened. Not really, but also yes. Trying to trade the SPY before this next cycle. I really need to nail this entry for June with what I have left. Any thoughts on a single strike? I mean, be patient, and, you know, careful. If you really need to nail it, you're going to want to be probably at a higher delta. And obviously, it's going to be relative to the price we're trading at the time. What's my expected low? I think we'll settle somewhere in the range of their puts. They could potentially try to get all their puts in the money, which means we could see a retest of that low from March at 75. But I don't know how successful they'll be with that, and that'll depend largely on what's said at the shareholders meeting, right? So I would say right now I'm looking in the 80-90 range. I expect them to push at least below 100, or try to push below 100. Buy pressure picks up a lot. I'm okay with the there is more than that, more to it than that answer. Thank you. Yeah, there's a lot more to it than that, but you're not wrong. It's just it's not as sinister as you're making it sound. BTC created by three-letter agency. Current sell-off used for initial funding for Ukraine versus Russia, with the aim to topple Russia and deprive China a strong partner. Change my mind. I wouldn't even begin to try. Lawrence of Arabia. As we go screaming down towards 90 as they crush us, can we just play 510 on a loop? Because, well, guess what side of the chain I'm YOLOing into? 510 gang for life. Hugs. Good for you, Pickle Morty. I'm glad that you've scrounged up some more capital to run it back. You look at the price of GPUs and know that BTC is not going to moon anytime soon. It's just, here's the problem with BTC currently, is that it is the most, like of volatile assets, you couldn't find an equity that is riskier than Bitcoin. Right? It's just, an equity does not exist that is riskier than Bitcoin. So like, if there is a market crash, so much of Bitcoin's market cap is supported by large institutions that use it as a store of wealth, that will be the first investment they pull their money out of. And they'll pull it out hard. If you see a SPY push up to the mid 420s before it comes back into down channel, no, it's not looking like it's gonna. I think it got rejected off of Delta Neutral and pre-market today, and that's probably going to be its high. It looks like it's starting to ride the downtrend a little bit. Are we still at the start of a new run-up cycle, or is this as far as this one went? This one looks pretty dead right now. Longs are still in control of the price, but they're not doing anything with it. So that's allowing the short positions to leverage the price down slowly. And if they can get it into their gamma slide sufficiently, the market maker will do all the work for them. Bragging here, I made $800 on GME calls last week. It was the first ones I've ever done. I think I'm addicted, so I'm gonna get gone soon. Thanks for all the good times. All right, Dwight. Do you like using TTM squeeze? It's okay. I got greedy with CCs last week. I was confident price would bleed prior to earnings, so I didn't bother buying to close. Smarter to use assignment money for CSPs or just buy back at a low? That's tough. I don't know how long the low could be short-lived. If you can make sufficient premium off CSPs, then it's probably worth it. But I would pick a high enough strike on CSPs that I could like mostly guarantee assignment. I'm long, but I have zero capital. How can I help the price? You can't. Do you think the SPY could see 350 in the spare market? I think it could go lower. If there's truly a crash, I think the SPY could really drop. Yeah, I've been inside the NYSE. It looks like they're throttling the downward pressure to keep it above a 10% drop. Thoughts? 10% again tomorrow too? I mean, we're at a 10% drop right now. Like, we've hit 10%. We're on SSR already. My goal for the cycle is at least to make 20x trade with July options. I know the key, it's patience. I mean, good luck. That's a very bullish outcome. I hope you're able to pull it off, Ryan. I really do. Did you make any good food over the weekend? You know, I didn't. I was doing the DD for a while, and I fucked around on TFT. I ordered some takeout, finished the DD, slept, woke up. I think I ate. No, I did the members stream. Then I ate something. I think I had like a sandwich. And then I stayed up all night watching futures and memeing on Discord. Thoughts on the potential for a squeeze with a split? I mean, it could happen. I mean, it's a catalyst. If there's a share recall, sure. I still think there's a big bag floating around. Zoom in for MOASS. I think part of it. While I do agree that most of the short position has been shifted off of GameStop into things like TRSs and ETFs, I do think that they now take advantage of that by making money off of it. If we hit 120 and June 17 puts go in the money, is it smart to sit on them or sell then rebuy for tomorrow, considering the IV crash? June 17s. I mean, I'd probably sit on them because they're so high up in the put. Like in the bracket of puts, like 120 is very near the top. Like you don't really care about the IV if the fucking puts $30 in the money, right? Do you expect 10x return on your contracts for June OPEX? I'd like to get 10x on them. That's ideal. I'd like to 10x the money I put in. The last run I got out a little better than that. I could have gotten out a lot better than that, but I got out a little better than that because I didn't take any risk with the upside. When we hit Gamma Max on the first run up, I sold half my position. But I did hit the peak on the second half of my position, which was very good. As far as this next run, I expect to make more, but I'm going to play more of the volatility side, so there's more risk. So I'll have a lot more leverage this time around. It won't be so safe. We'll see. I would like to 10x them though. I would take profits at 10x. You hit the peak because you cheated. I didn't cheat. Probably not, right? That sounds like a terrible idea. How much of a self-fulfilling prophecy is Gamma Max if everyone sells at Gamma Max? I mean, not everyone sells at Gamma Max. That's why Gamma Max can continue to rise. If you were planning to enter long for late July, would it be better to wait for IV after shareholders? I have a feeling it's going to drop, but I'm unfortunately always full bull. It hurts. I'm waiting. I have some calls now. If that's, if you want exposure, look at like an October 125 or something, right? Like if you're so afraid of the shareholders meeting triggering like a MOASS event, you know, grab a couple calls ahead of time. But I wouldn't say grab them all, right? Like you probably want to wait for a better opportunity because the current one kind of sucks. Probably Jan 950s. They have more sensitivity to Vega than the July 500s do. Or maybe Jan 500s. For the equivalency. This guy wants me to expose myself. I'm thinking about going after one strike. How far out of the money do you think would be best for July? I mean, if you're putting all your eggs in one basket, which you should never do, but if that's the goal, then you probably want to look at something like 0.4 or 0.3 delta. Like you don't want to take a lot of risk, right? You want something that you're going to be able to exit equitably. That's the advantage. One of the biggest advantages of near the money calls on these runs is that, you know, you want something deep in the money that you can, you know, kind of get out of whenever, and it will be very profitable, versus something, you know, very far out of the money that's an IV play where you have a very small window of time to exit. Do you expect there to be any OI at all on Jan 500s on or around the top of this run? I don't know. How much fucking OI is on it right now? It's got like 1600 OI already. It's not too bad. Fucking at the money IV is ridiculous right now. What do you like most? Making money or being right? Being right. Don't get me wrong, I like money too. And one just leads to the other, so but being right is far more important. You send a den into the bullpen for some behind the dumpster action to find the peak. What? No, I just set stop losses that morning. I set trailing stops on the rest of my options because gamma neutral spiked the day before. Tesla. I said you want them to go deep in the money, Stefan. How do you learn patience? Because I'm obsessed with the perfection of it. Like, the perfect entry is more important than having exposure. I'd rather miss the whole cycle than have a shitty entry at this point. I was already looking at 150s. They're at 0.4, but I'm expecting the price to really drop and that to change before I enter. I mean, yeah, I kind of expect that too. So this is the downward gamma slide you said was possible yesterday, or is this not that bad? No, this is that bad. We're down 10% today. Let's not... I'm surprised people aren't crying right now. Usually the chat's full of people going, ah, my shares, my position, I should have sold at the top. How do you feel about renaming the S&P 500 to the SP 190? Do you confirm or deny the allegations that you have, in fact, gotten even more ruggedly handsome since the last stream? Confirm. On the record. Are obligations higher in June than they were back in March? They're about equivalent right now to where they were right before the March run. So by the time we approach the June run, they should be higher, given that they go up about 4% a day. And they've got to get the price of the stock down, right? So every time they short it, more obligations. Crying tears of joy since I got out of my CCs in a profit. Congrats, man. Remember all the people who were like, you're fucking wrong, Pi 5. This is MOASS. This is going. James Rowland is king. We're always right. The borrow rate DD was the real DD. What now, bitches? Where's your VUP now, motherfuckers? Watch them not talk shit today. Can you go into details on the more risk you will play this cycle for 10x? What do you want to know? I'm going to buy more out of the money calls. This is like this. Remember Ader? Ader, IRNT. You know it feels good when thousands of people say you're wrong and you're right. It's the best. If you went to your favorite pizza restaurant and they only serve DRS, sushi rolls, or deep fried calls, which would you get? Deep fried calls. Don't forget the RRP That's the realest DD. You know what's funny is I wrote the fucking borrow rate DD. And then people are like, you don't know about the borrow rate, bro. Dude, I was talking about this shit like a year and a half ago. Yeah, Ader's in a consolidation phase before it goes down even further. Fucking Elliott Wave guy saying we were going to 180 today. Idiots. I used to buy shares at 123.45. I still do, but I used to too. I told everybody last week what I would be doing, and that was not selling covered calls till Wednesday. And if it started to run, I would chase it. I did both of those things. It was great. That's right, Turd. There is nothing better than being right. And you were absolutely fucking right about the ETFs. You know what? Neither one. They're not worth my time. Yeah, but like if you're not paying attention to the fact that Kenny and his boys are fucking piling up puts underneath us, then you're just not being realistic. How do you ignore fucking $80 million in notional put volume just being driven underneath the fucking rising price action? That's not like that's not a good analysis if you're only analyzing the upside. And at any point when GME is rising, you can basically say 180. It's where we've traded the most volume. How do you tell when we've bottomed out? Well, we would stop going down. Who timed you out? I didn't time you out. Did Carl time you out? I don't know. What did you say? If they keep driving it down slowly until end of day, what do you think will happen to Nave Gex tomorrow? I mean, as long as we stay above gamma neutral, it should stay positive, but very, very moderately so. What's your price target for this next run? No idea. It depends where we start it. I don't understand how someone has thousands of shares and thinks DRS is a better option than selling CCs. Because they don't know how stocks work. Just because they have money doesn't mean they're like fucking, financially literate. Those two things don't have to go hand in hand. You can't time him out, Kenneth. Time out who? Moon? I don't know. Did you time out Moonwind? I said something like RC sold everything. Oh, okay. Not yet. No, he's not gonna sell out of GameStop. Not unless he's got it in a position, and even if he did, he would just sell out of an ownership stake. But not until he's got it in a position where it's gonna turn itself around, right? And I don't think he's gonna sell out of it for the next 5 years minimum. But he's definitely doing a thing, and he's signaling people, I think, with BBBY, but... Alright, trash. I'm pretty sure Luna's dead. Didn't they, like, make a second one to scam a bunch of people out of more money? Cat moving to test a new high. I'm aware. I still have my 210s. I'm not selling them. All right, Carl. Get smitten. Not that you weren't already. You know, who knows? Maybe his 100k shares RC just bought is his I'll sell these if MOASS is actually a thing plan. He can't sell them. He'd still have to file to sell them. What do you mean by signaling with BBBY? I think he's going to do the same thing there, especially if the board doesn't follow his direction. That's what you do as an activist investor, right? You don't, it's not about one company. See, we're bouncing to the 120 as predicted. Yeah. Made 2x on 17 Sava puts. Let's fucking go. Fuck yeah, dude. How goes the house? I mean, he hasn't made a payment, but he said he's going to pay it all at once. So, because I was like, dude, you know, you're supposed to make a payment. And he's like, no, I'm just going to pay it all when it's done. So, hopefully for him, he does. Otherwise, I'm up bigly. So you BBY, what call strikes do you think are decent odds for the coming cycle? I have 10, 15, 18. I'm thinking sell 15, 18 to execute 10s. That's a reasonable strategy. No, I don't even bother with AMC. Do what I want, or I'll turn you into an illiquid stock that gets harvested for volatility. I don't know what's more scary about RC buying into a company, him or the merry band of bag holders that follow alongside his trade. Like, if he bought into my company and I was a board member, I'd fucking try to turn that shit around real quick. So why buy BBBY? Because if they don't do what he says and he doesn't realize value on his shares, they'll buy them out. Hey Gurk, did you see the video your roommate put up about the secret room behind her mirror? I have no idea what you're talking about. I've seen that video before, but that's not me. I don't think. Hey, you're part of that merry band of bag holders. I know. Not only on GameStop, but BBBY also. Elliott Wave guy is always wrong. I mean, everyone gets it wrong once in a while. It's pretty hard to get it wrong 100% of the time, though. I will say that much. What are your thoughts on wheat? I'm just waiting. I still think pricing is going to go up. I know there's a lot of, it's weird. There's a lot of fear being generated about, you know, Russia and Ukraine not dispensing enough wheat, but there is an actual shortage. There's still issues with growing. And so I still, like, even without the war, which just adds fuel to the fire, there is going to be a short harvest this season. What if RC is the entity that is holding BBBY down so they can take it over cheaper? That's possible. I called the spike last week, 2 months ago. Gavin's a moron, and he was like a YouTube like prank video creator, and you think he's versed in technical analysis? When did he have time? I do. I'm just did a pretty big gap down. Canary in the coal mine, dork. I don't think the meeting with JPOW is public. He's just like going to the White House to meet with Biden. It's not like they're doing a sit down chat. Biden is commenting on the meeting, muttering that he trusts the Fed and they will continue to let them print. I mean, he doesn't really have any say over monetary policy, right? He's just kind of seeing what they're doing. So crime then. You elaborate on the canary in the coal mine about IWM gapping down. Well, if they're pulling money out of mid caps and small caps, guess where they're going to pull money next? Biden meeting with his boss. Yeah. I mean, inflation is transitory. If it isn't, then we destroy debt. Either way, we'll win. How much would you buy? Well, not us, but the government. Over under 3 months until we enter into the Ukraine. Oh, I don't think we're going to enter into the Ukraine. Lots of posturing, though. We're not going to start a ground war with Russia. It's just not happening. How many puts are now in the money below 129? A bunch. I don't know the exact quantity, but a lot. There'll be even more below 120. There's a lot. There's like 2 million today at 125. I don't think this is going to be a very positive week. You don't think we start a ground war with Russia to save the economy? We don't need to start a ground war with Russia to save the economy. Do people not understand how proxy wars work? We give Ukraine all this stuff, and then we get paid later. I mean, given that the last significantly large war was before the existence of McDonald's, I don't know how valid that theory is. I'm thinking about selling a shitload of naked July calls on GME and using the proceeds to lever up on some BTC futures As per your advice, how's my risk profile? Pretty fucking dumb. Risk is if they don't win, we won't get paid back. Seems like a solid loan. Yeah. By NATO and EU ruling that they will be 90% off of Russian oil gas by the end of the year, we are further propping up the petrodollar. This is exclusively good for us economically. I know. Are you just stating that in general? What's up, Gaff? Are you at Kava today? Sweet, sweet infrastructure rebuilding contracts. Yeah. World War III is sponsored by Big Mac. So you think this week may be a great opportunity for June OPEC calls? Yeah, this week, next week, the week after. What about VIX calls? I blame you personally. For what? The petrodollar? Yeah, still. Russia may not have a lot going on, but they have a ton of nukes. I still don't think we're going to push a ground war with them. Not unless there's no other option. A proxy war is fine, especially if it's over quickly. Which, I mean, it won't be, but... August, November, Jan. Follow the same cycle trends as GME. It does. Kava is Chipotle for Middle Eastern food. Mediterranean turd. Racist. Do you think Cat T20s are chasing at this point? They're risky. If the Dow breaks down again, can't make payments if they lose. Doesn't matter. We already seized all the Russian assets, right? What about your Persian food? What about Persian food? Not mine. You still really think their nukes are in working order? They only need a couple. I'm sure they have 2 working ones, right? Can you explain like on 5 what Knave Gex is and what controls it? It's the amount of delta hedging due from the previous day's price action. It's based on the number of calls that end up in the money that have not been hedged. Or theoretically have not been hedged. They can be hedged, but... There's quite a few that are a bit behind the curve, don't you think? I mean, unless they're doing it differently. Being first to market is important, right? But it's not the end all be all of the potential for technology. Basically, we're about to have 0 knave gex tomorrow. I think we'll have some positive gex still. Not a lot, but some. Why don't you play Zom? I ain't playing. I'm in on Oxy. I have a lot of Oxy in like the 50s. It's almost my second largest position right now. Whoa. What the fuck was that about? I have to mess with this a second. 1 second. Okay. I think the sun got blocked by like a cloud or something, so now it's like doing a thing. Wait until Amazon split to sell covered calls? Probably. I imagine there'll be some FOMO post split. Hold on. This is driving me nuts. It's coming from inside the apartment. Having a lot of Oxy means something way different in West Virginia. I'm sure it does. You shape your beard? No? It's the same shape it always is. I have like a pretty firm line where I just clean it up. I don't clean it up very often. I did trim it. It was starting to get gross and sweaty. The bat has officially hacked into the mainframe. Are you still watching EPAM? Yeah, I'm still in on it. It's hit 340. It's like, it's way up. You guys know that, right? I know everybody was like paying attention to GameStop, but they're killing it. You're still in on Dogecoin? No, I sold it like 40 cents. I didn't sell at the top. I wish I had, but Hmm. EPAM has been moving sideways for 3 months. What are you talking about? It's fucking going straight up. What's the trick for getting your beard to behave? Mine's always yelling at me about dumb stuff. How'd you determine the top of the last leg of March OPEX? Was it just Gamma Max again? No. Although that helped. There's specifically on our big runs, like March, gamma neutral, like, goes a little crazy kind of the day they start to flip their position. I think it's when they shed their entropy swap. We see gamma neutral do some weird shit. And so when that happens, you're able to, that's like a signal that the price is going to start coming down the following day. 1 second. OPEC weighing decision to suspend Russia from oil production deal. Interesting. What do you think the price of BBBY can hit on June OPEX? Are you going to calculate Gamma Max like you do on GME? Yeah, I think so. What time we have CNS orders coming in? All day. Quisat's Heterog. Ridiculous. So Biden and J-Power really were kissing. I don't know. Am I the only one who's been excited about the downside this week? No, I am too. Watched Barry in a week based on you mentioning it was a great show. What'd you think? Are you getting any puts tomorrow before earnings? Maybe. We'll see. I have some. I have like some protective puts in place, but that's it. Barry is hilarious. It's a good show. Using CFDs to profit on the downside to buy more shares for the run. I feel guilty. Why? They spent $80 million to do it. I don't think your input is really factored in. I appreciate it, definitely. Thanks. Yeah. This too will have a cost. I still think there's a huge price crash right after earnings to try to de-incentivize a stock split. That's very possible. Can you go over a protective put process? Yeah. Figure out your cost basis. Figure out the price at which you'd be willing to take a profit. And then buy puts at that strike so that if the price goes below that, any profit that you would have lost out on is simply covered. That is a protective put. You can sell those puts and take that extra capital off the table, or you can exercise those puts and sell at that price, depending on what stock you're trading it on. What has more value, Exxon, Marathon, or Chevron? Probably Exxon. Of the three. Can you elaborate on how a downturn in the market could affect June OPEX? Thanks. It shouldn't. We could start from a lower price, which means the potential upside is also lowered. Talk about the crazy borrow rate, please. I already did. It's irrelevant. As long as the rebate rate remains in lockstep with the borrow rate, it doesn't matter. It's good that it's expensive to borrow. It's indicative of compounding positions, but it's mostly expensive to borrow from people who don't have a lot of shares. So it's not weighted properly. Because the data is being supplied for that borrow rate by Ortex, which is tracking a handful of fringe brokerages that are lending at very, very high rates. The current highest rate is IBKR in a large brokerage. And Fidelity and Vanguard are still lending at a quarter of that. And BlackRock and State Street. There's plenty of stocks with borrow rates far higher than GameStop, and they're not squeezing either. It depends. Also, remember that they can have agreements with short sellers to lend at a totally different rate than the publicized rate. So they could be lending shares to Citadel at 0%, and they're still increasing. A rebate rate is money you receive back in return for the collateral you deposit. Should be able to look up like stock loan rebate. I'll give you the definition. You said the next row is expected in June. I suppose after 10% down, we go up tomorrow, or more downside? More downside. Why would we go up? Market Chameleon is still showing IV30 at 140. Yeah, I mean, IV is very elevated right now because of earnings. Especially IV30. Protective puts would be better at the money or in the money to avoid IV crush, right? In the money or farther dated. What in the actual fuck is going on with this? Hold on. This is driving me nuts. I want to get this piece of shit fixed. All right. Maybe. Have minor leaps, AUY being bought out for 6.7 billion. It jumped hard pre-market, is only valued at 5.23. You have any thoughts? Why is it 20% under? Why that arbitrage? It could climb up, but generally some space is left between the buyout price and the market price up until it approaches the actual buyout date. It's not open yet. Old school Steve-O. It's very simple. They have not opened it. They have until they can do it at any time from now till June. Yahoo article says AMC shares are popping today because Top Gun had a big weekend at the box office. Yeah, because AMC is the only movie theater. How will the stock split influence the price? Up or more down? I mean, the announcement of a stock split or the split itself? The ex-dividend date could cause a share recall, but it may not. Other than that, nothing. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't even change the price of the stock. I'm saying it seems sus. No, not really. I don't think the OCC actually gives a fuck. It's usually based on volume and options interest. If the interest is high, they'll open them earlier. If it's low, they'll open them later. First 2 weeks of movies out, all the revenue goes to the movie's production company. I think it depends on their like contract negotiations, but yeah. A reverse split's a bit different because if you reverse split via dividend, then you know a share recall has to happen. Otherwise, they lose their shares. Crime. Yeah. There's supposed to be some outcome from the Biden Powell talk today. No, they're simply meeting. It's just like on the calendar. SS says options chain last week is forcing them to deliver on exercise calls at 40+% weekly increase. Hammer price using even more fake shares. We go back end of day tomorrow. What do you think? I think they're wrong and they don't know how options work. Also, most of the calls last week that were in the money were sold. Retail FOMO'd into weeklies like they always do, and then they sold them out at the top. Then they FOMO'd into them again and sold them out at less of a return. And then they FOMO'd into them before it closed on Friday and lost money this morning. Most likely. And we'll need the update, but that's usually what they do. Waves. Comes in waves. As far as exercised options go, not a fucking lot. We can see some T+2 action tomorrow from whatever was exercised, but I doubt it'll be a lot, especially with the amount of puts now in the money. And if we close under 120 today, even more puts in the money. Remember that delta is only relative to our current price. I like how easy crime is to say, but the part that really twists my nips is how opaque they are allowed to make things. You don't know how you were defrauded, but your money's still gone. I mean, it's not completely opaque. It's just the complexity is beyond most people, I think. Actually, there's a FINRA deferral also, Bob. So technically, T+2 can extend through Friday morning at market open. It's beyond the SEC as well. I mean, the SEC, the things we're talking about aren't like crime. I mean, the system of looping synthetic shares through ETFs is immoral. And the value lost by shareholders of those ETFs is mismanagement on the part of the ETF management, or the fund managers. But none of it's really illegal. It's manipulative. But they have the money to manipulate it, right? Price of adult diapers fluctuates every week. Do you go back to regular underwear or should I go commando? Probably commando. I mean, you don't want to risk your pants, right? Why would they risk a Friday run up? I mean, they didn't really risk anything letting it run up into close on Friday. What they did get people to do was FOMO into a lot of June 3rd calls and get burned this morning while they were selling their puts and repositioning, right? Like they sold all their 0 DTE puts at a profit. But the selling of those puts triggers a run on the price. It's just a short-term run. T+2 is any freaking day of the week. No, it's very specific for FINRA holiday deferral periods. So on most weeks, T+2 extends to Wednesday at market open, which we saw last week. On the week of June OPEX, we have Monday as a holiday. And so that does is essentially adds an extra day to the T+2, meaning that, you know, you have Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then Friday market open is the final day. Because the holiday adds an extra day on top of the day already missed for settlement. Reposition, same like yoga. Interesting. If the short hedge funds did want to do crime, can you explain how they could cover their short positions after a split at a much lower price? They ramp up liquidity in ETFs by running the stock into the split date. So say the split date is set, like pick a random day. I don't know. Say the split date's June 17th, right? They ramp the price of the stock up hard. I mean real hard, like 300, 350, 400 into the split, right? And what this does is this drives up GME's liquidity in ETFs that rebalance on the daily. Meaning that those ETFs will now contain more shares of GME. Then they fail, right? They fail their positions. They fail to deliver to the lender. And that gives them time. Now, post-split, all these ETF shares are also going to split, right? And so now the ETFs are super liquid, and they can use those ETF shares to satisfy whatever the lender demanded of them. It's risky, but they could do it. Obviously, it puts their position in a lot of danger. But as long as they're hedged, it shouldn't be a problem. Will you even split at these prices? It's not like we're trading at 200 anymore. I think the best thing for them to do would wait for the OPEX run up and split then. But if delayed, it should lead to price improvement now. But yeah, it should. What do you think about the theories about GME taking shares from the DTCC to a new blockchain stock exchange? I think they're dumb. Couldn't that backfire with a bunch of ETFs rebalancing after quad witching? But they're going to rebalance with GME at that higher weight, right? So their rebalancing will cause them to buy GME in large quantities. Say my July 500Cs would be looking mighty fine in that situation. I mean, they would look very nice. RC can't buy Microsoft. Jesus Christ. What about the GameStop thing makes you guys think that they are unable to control the price of it? You do know that it's a $9 billion market cap company right now, and maybe lower by then. That's 9. That's 9.3, right? So let's do this. Right? Versus funds that have a combined, the funds that we know of, plus their prime backing, that have combined assets and their primes, likely liquid cash, well in excess of like tens of trillions, which is there's something about this that people don't understand. Like, I don't know if is it just so many zeros? Like, did people not get that lesson in grade school where they're like, 6 zeros is, this much money, and like how to count your thousands? What's BlackRock's AUM? Shit, it's like 7 trillion something. It might be a little down now with the Russia pullout, but it's a lot. You know what the difference between 10 trillion and 9 billion is? About 10 trillion. So you're saying they could buy GME at 1,000 times our current valuation? Got it. I mean, it's just, I don't think people understand the quantities that we're dealing with here. No, the zeros don't cancel out. There aren't tens of trillions in derivatives on the stock. Even if they were 200% short GME, or 250% short GME at a valuation of $5 a share, which is like $200 million. And all of that's underwater. The covering of it would still not drive us up to levels that would put them at risk. PEMDAS? I actually have a better meme. I have to find it though. Unless I see different sized piles of rice, I'm out. Oh god. Do you think we're gonna see the biggest dip before the run during SLD? Probably. Or close to it. When is SLD this month? The 15th? Yeah, we could. Unless they start covering early. Can we consider it bullish that the shorting of GME is so blatant and detached from everything else? I mean, there's other stocks that are shorted even harder than GME. You just don't pay attention to them. Most of them are in like OTC markets and stuff, but you have to remember GME was very close to becoming that at one point. But yeah, I would say it's bullish. I mean, we're able to profit off of the manipulation, so that's cool. As you said about them delaying their shorts, covering by failing them, won't they run the risk of retail FOMO of calls and basically almost everyone rebuying GME and options, causing a gamma squeeze? It's possible. They're definitely, if they do that, they're definitely at risk about 60 trading or 60 calendar days later, give or take 50. T plus 6 plus 35, C plus 3. But they shift their risk, and they shift their risk to a more liquid environment, which is arguably better for them. Why wouldn't you root for the downside? Downside means more obligations, which means more upside the next time around. It doesn't make sense to just root for one direction at this point. GME to 300 at any point end of year pre-split. I would say if there's a pre-split run up, yeah. If you were to fix your tinfoil VWAP fedora, what do you think of RC's tweet last night? I don't know. Maybe he's telling people to get a job. Covering an illiquid stock is a bit different than just transferring over 200% of the market cap to a random bank account, right? I would think you'd grasp that. I do. But they don't need to cover. I mean, or they only need to cover, right? They don't need to return anything. Shorts are good at this. I mean, short positions generally have to be held for a very long time before the bear thesis proves true. Managing these positions is run of the mill for them, even when they get out of their control. Other people try to squeeze them out all the time. It's just pretty. I mean, like fucking Icon with what's that dickhead's name? Ackerman. And Herbalife. I didn't say anything bad about Harry and Zane. No, I can't say that I have. Are you ready for the next GME share offering? Are you turd? One's got a job at Cutco Knives. That's not a job. In general, when buying leaps, do I want high or low delta? I mean, it depends on what your thesis is. Do you think the price of the underlying is going to go up a lot, or do you think it's going to go up a little? That should determine your chosen strike. I mean, generally when someone's buying a leap, like a standard investor, right? They're locking in their cost. So say GME's trading at 120C and, they're worried that by the end of the year it can move up to 150. They're buying this leap to protect that buy-in. So by buying this leap, they guarantee that no matter what GME's price goes to by the end of the year, be it 150 or 200 or 300, they can always buy their shares at that price. It's totally different structure from trading options. We're doing Wild West things. What's the low that you expect before we run? Haven't you already asked me that today? I feel like you have. There's a significant amount of put interest all the way down to $80. Potentially we could go below that. I think we'll have a lot of support at 100 though. Unless they really force it down. Or earnings is atrocious. You dissed One Direction when you said we shouldn't care about One Direction. Yeah, I wasn't talking about the boy band. Also, they're no NSYNC, so I don't even know why that's a discussion. Is selling Slap Chop and Shake Weights a job? I mean, if you can sell them. Why are we not falling with the SPY right now? I mean, we're falling, but they're probably also using the drop on the SPY to release internalization. So right now, while, you know, active funds are selling, they can, you know, let go of internalization orders like these buys, right? Especially these OTC ones. Here. And the, you know, the active funds will push right into those, so we just stagnate. I released internalization this morning. Fucking Ivy's gonna take a shit today. Feasting on theta, essentially their business model? Yeah. Largely. Also feasting on relative shift and implied volatility. Says the rules all the synthetics. The only question of crime is who is not doing their fiduciary duty. Yeah. No, Greg, it's negative beta. The market crash and GME will go to the moon MOASS tomorrow. No, they're slowly squeezing the dicks out. Rob Minsky. Huh. That's weird. Got to notice that my cat calls got stopped. Oh, okay, because they did get stopped. That makes sense. After 120, free fall to 108. I mean, not necessarily, but possible. Post MOASS, I will start a theta fund. You mean a market maker? Pookie maker, can you rephrase that? That first part? Were you trying to say the rules allow synthetics? It's confusing the shit out of me. My SPY puts, because you wrote as long as all. Don't touch my baseball cards. Why? These Sava puts printing so hard. Thank you to your viewers. I mean, I wasn't playing Sava. I told everyone to short it. If they wanted to play it. Because people were like, I want to chase Sava. And I was like, I wouldn't. It looks risky. Conquistador. Did you hear they moved the earnings date? Motherfuck. Jesus Christ, man. Come on. Also, thank you. If we sit down below 115 today, would that change anything to your DD? No. If we slide below delta neutral, it means that the longs have lost all of their leverage on the stock. Is there another expected Fregs Day? I mean, the Fregs Day was an awesome run-up. And they just rug pulled the shit out of everyone because their obligations were fairly minimal. That's all that happened. We still had a great run-up. We went up from, 200 to like 250. Possibly June 7th earnings. No, earnings are tomorrow after market close. They're already announced. Is Cat in accumulation right now? Sure. No, Cat has pricing discrepancies. The longs are very willing to buy it under 200. They're also very willing to sell it over 220. They rug pulled us because they watch your stream. In regards to the puts, they got... This is for June 17th. Yes, at which point they try to get them in the money and unload them before OPEX XRT option rebalance. Yeah, they'll likely unload them before the 17th. They're not gonna hold them that long. Like the in the money puts that they sold on 5/12 were also for 6/17, and they just unloaded those when we went up to 148. No, I think GN, the updated GN, which I updated in the post today, was at... Price was it at? 94. So gamma neutral actually... Wait, that doesn't look right, JFresh. Is that projected gamma neutral? Not, yeah, it says 94. Anyone else still on EPAM? I bought a bunch of calls last week. At 320. It's awesome. Look how they massacred my AMD. What? It's at 102. Me too. It rocks. Nice, dude. I didn't expect a lot of people to get into that though, because it's so capital intensive, Lorca. It's because it's hard to get options fills, and the shares are expensive. So like I have 500 shares at an average of 306, and then I have 10 contracts at 320, and then I have 10 leaps at 350. The 320s are doing very good. I do have a stop on them though. The shares I'm going to hold for quite a while, I think. They should, yeah. I mean, everything, the chart will split also when the stock splits. So like even resistance lines you've already drawn should just move relative to the split. What is EPAM? They're a software company? EPAM Systems Inc. They're a lot of their senior staff is based in Ukraine, and they got hit really hard with the war starting, and lost a lot of value in their shares. But then they came in, afterwards with great earnings. seemingly mostly unaffected by the war, right? Because a lot of their revenue is due to long-term contracts. And so they're starting to regain some of that value back. So kind of like a panic sell and then a recovery. Do you prefer sweet, hot, Dijon, yellow, brown, or stone ground? Dijon in this order. Dijon, brown, stone ground. And I don't really like the rest. They find it easier to ask than look at your DD, even though they know it's there, just to save you time. Maybe. But then I'll, like, if I'm looking at other stocks, I thought about that, but then I'll have it, like, open and people get confused, and I don't want that. Is there any food you're not pretentious about? No. One sec, I'm gonna go. You can't. That doesn't work. Ah! I don't eat barbecue sauce from fast food restaurants. Spicy Chinese mustard is amazing. We think we can bring inflation down without entering a recession because of the last 15 months of economic strength we had. White House press briefing. Are they dumb? They've got a narrative. It looks like they're going to stick to it. Yeah, I would say that various ETFs are not fulfilling their fiduciary duty to the fund. But that's been ongoing for quite some time and well known. I think most of the largest owners of XRT are well aware of what it is used for, and they don't care. How much would you pay to have a liquidity printer? Probably a lot, right? Have any pancake recipes? Yeah. 175 grams plain flour, 1 large egg, 1 large egg yolk, 300 milliliters of milk, and 25 grams of unsalted butter melted. You know, I'm more of a dry powder kind of guy. Watch, one of the interviewers are in chat just like last time. Why would BBBY Ivy go down after GME's earnings? That doesn't even make sense. No baking soda. You can finish it with melted butter mixed with some lemon juice and some zest. Or just melted butter and lemon zest with some powdered sugar. I prefer that to maple syrup, but you can put maple syrup on it too. Nope, no vanilla bean. Unless you want to add it afterwards. It's very simple. 175 grams plain flour, 1 large egg, 1 large egg yolk, 300 milliliters of milk, 25 grams of unsalted butter. Always weigh out your ingredients. Don't use volumetric ones. Baking is chemistry. Cooking is an art. They don't rise, and that's the point. Cook it on one side until holes appear in the top. Flip it over. Takes about 45, 60 seconds. Oops, lost my premium again. Thank you for becoming a billionaire. I appreciate it.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got roles. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no cold. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the go.
What time is the call? Tomorrow after market close?
Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need GME to move soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker, trades, this is popcorn cold. When the Citadel fails,
they're not frisbees.
The Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
Crepes have sugar in them. But similar. I like a very thin, airy pancake. I don't like thick, shitty pancakes. The Japanese ones are good too, like the what are they? The souffle pancakes. Would it be easy for you to get a job at a hedge fund? Probably. I mean, if you can present a trading record where, you know, you're beating the market by like 10 to 20% year over year for a couple years, you can get a job at a fund. I've tried to make takoyaki. They can. You can get a... I mean, it depends what fund, but you can get a job at a trading desk. No, quants are about research. Hedge funds still have traders. Sayuri. Quants don't do all the trading. And quantitative analysis, while popular, is not the end-all be-all. The benefit mathematics has is that you can reduce risk. The market's unpredictable, so you can't predict the market with math, but you can reduce risk to the point where you remain profitable regardless of market conditions. Hence positions like shorting volatility. And we see that market wide, and we see that with large short positions on the VIX itself as well, right? Because you are able to remain delta neutral. Well, I gotta eat at some point during my 8-hour day. Is this thing on? If you don't like it, feel free to fuck off. Be like that guy from England. Make millions writing a code, then crash the entire market. He thinks I forgot him, but he's in here every once in a while. Are you expecting us to see any ups prior to 617? We could. I mean, it depends what gets announced at the shareholders meeting. Right now, we're under quite a blanket of puts, and I think they're going to only work to drive the price down further. What's up, Superman? $250cc safe. Medallion Fund put their pickle in my jar. Can't beat the market with maths. Most successful hedge fund is run by mathematicians. The Medallion Fund does very well, but its risk is gotten rid of by mathematicians. The market isn't predicted by mathematicians. They just buy into valuation models. They reduce their risk with mathematics. It's still a chaotic system. How much metaverse real estate do I have to own before my father-in-law gives me the respect I deserve? Probably a lot. May never happen. What if he just doesn't think you're capable of earning it? Well, it's a level 2 chaotic system, so a prediction on it would invariably change the outcome. So no. It can be estimated. It can be hedged against. Risk can be reduced. But it cannot be truly predicted, not with any degree of accuracy. Fall below 118 is bad news bears, correct? Fall below 120 is bad. A further slide is even worse. Crime. You can run all the risk models in the world and a million Monte Carlo scenarios, and the CEO can show his penis to an airline attendant with the offer of a horse. And guess what? Bub's your uncle. The price goes up. So the models account for the type of horse. Tale as old as time. Yeah. Versus the Boolean variable. Our celebrity butts is down. Reddit is officially offline. Is that an actual subreddit? Why is the borrow fee skyrocketing now? After more than a year of being on 1% level. Because they reg showed XRT. If people were paying attention 4 months ago when the borrow rate started skyrocketing, they would know this. Is that like an unwritten rule of the internet, or does it actually have a number? Like rule 34, but for everything? Rule 72. Is the borrow rate skyrocketing on BBBY? No, but it's also not in XRT. Will you keep streaming when you're a millionaire post MOASS? No comment. Interesting, B-Diz. Are you buying XRT calls at all? No. Not yet. Although my last one's printed. Just not as much as I wanted them to. You keep streaming after these cycles, continue, even if you hit your goal of 9 figures. Fuck no. At least don't leave us like DFV, cryptic tweets, then bam, nothing. DFV retired. You keep streaming when wheat squeezes, making you a millionaire, except bread now costs billions. I mean, everyone will just go gluten-free, right? I'm buying XRT puts at the top for June 17th. Interesting. How many obligations are we seeing dumped into July right now, Turd? Or are they just starting to dump into July now? I'll check it out later. You don't have to look at it. DFE should make at least 50K a week in Theta. Easily. I mean, like this week, if he sold $200 calls, and they were worth more this morning, he could sell them at $77 a pop. It's 250,000 shares, right? $200,000 shares? So $154,000. Maybe that's what all this OI is. Whenever anybody wonders what all this way the fuck out of the money call OI is, it's just DFE. One day, like 5 years from now, he's gonna file an 8K saying he owns 10% of the company. I don't think last year was 100,000 from streaming. 62 before taxes. And at my tax rate, that's like 30. Best sympathy play if GME options are too expensive. BBBY, AMC. That's a good question. Probably BBBY. I think it has the cheapest. Or you could play Express, but it doesn't reliably move up $1. Yeah, that's gross. This chat about to be full of people not understanding how tax brackets work. You could be a billionaire with 5 more cycles if you put enough compounding capital into them. Yeah. Have you looked into tax implications post MOASS? Any resources you recommend we look into? Yeah, talk to an accountant and a tax lawyer. Any predictions for overall market this week with QT starting? I think QT is keeping the bulls at bay, but I don't think it's like, I mean, it should mostly be priced in, so I don't think it's going to cause a drop. The jobs report coming out could have an effect. BlackBerry seems to be an okay GME sympathizer. Yeah, it's not the worst. Harder to time though, and way more liquid. I think BBBY is better because it's more illiquid. It has a huge amount of insider ownership or institutional ownership. You get a lower tax rate with 5 dependents and a home mortgage. No, I'll pass. I'd rather pay more in taxes. Who's QT? Who's a QT? I'm in, me. But it means quantitative tightening. They're not children, they're a tax arbitrage play. I mean, there's like loopholes and stuff. You can put like a ton of money into like municipal bonds, and you can use those municipal bonds as like collateral to get loans against your investments. Stuff like that. There's a lot of Paying taxes is patriotic. I'm just not rich enough to get out of it. I sold $300 covered calls just to play it safe this week. Make sure DFE gets assigned before you. What are your thoughts on Greenspan? Like Alan Greenspan? You're starting to sound like a bank. Well, I mean... Quinn School of Stock Tax Evasion Series. Yeah, that's called over leveraging, Wilco. Because then if one of those investments goes bad, all of a sudden the whole cycle breaks down. Because that's basically like a Ponzi scheme, except the only person you're fucking over is yourself. So you ever leaving New York City, or is that your forever home? I don't know. Maybe. I get in the mood and move about. And you're in an unimaginable amount of debt at the end. That's why you pay to have a false identity created ahead of time, so you can just disappear. It's not my house yet. I said yet. I think about moving to the woods, but then I wouldn't have a bodega down the street. Right? Like, I don't want to live off grid. I like the grid. I don't even know what I'd do if I couldn't feel the 5G flowing through me. No, Gherk is absolutely my real name. My fiduciary is that bad guy from Casino Royale. What actually is a bodega? It's like a shitty convenience store with a deli. You should move to California. That's where I moved here from. Why would I move back? You show up in my dreams too much for comfort. That's fine. Run with it. See where it takes you. I finally get it. You're from England. That's why your mom named you Gherk in it. I lived there for a while. Thanks, Crizzles. Chopped cheeses are disgusting. It's like a mashed up hamburger. Cheeseburger. I lived in Orange County and LA. I'm sorry, LI. There we go. It's proper pronunciation. Do a poll for how many of us that have had a dream with you in it. You know, some things I don't want the answer to, Trash. In one dream, I was your personal assistant. In another, we all had a large house party. Odd. What did being my personal assistant consist of, or was it just a sex dream? Sorry, I had to paper hand my Cornichon membership. I don't give a shit. Good luck with your business, dude. Well, you have to have the appropriate amount of vocal fry when you when you say the name of the city. Like enough to irritate people. Like ally. There it is. That's it. The Shorzy series has been hilarious. I love that show. You know, one of the dudes on here was on that show. Have you ever DJ'd? No. Got a technique for a tomahawk steak? Could reverse sear it. The last stream I had with you, and it involved you, me, 3 Dans, a single cheese curd, and a very, very full dumpster. Interesting. You sent me out shopping for food and the store was closed. I hope you fucking didn't come back empty-handed. I'm not going to Wyoming Subway Cup. I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm gonna disinvite myself from that event. Stop failing your fucking classes, trash. Couch? Or, well, that's a different thing. I appreciate it, Numbers. Good luck, man. Thoughts on Korean barbecue short ribs? I usually don't take girls out to eat Korean barbecue. It's like me time. I don't want anybody witnessing that. Ever eat Pink's hot dogs at 3 a.m.? 4 a.m.? You didn't go to the after party, turd? Come on. I've been to Wyoming. I'm not missing anything. Literally. When I misquote you later, is there anything specific you'd like me to mention? No. The way you didn't pause between I don't give a shit and good luck with your business on the Cornichon thing made it sound super sarcastic. No, I really do wish him the best of luck with his business, and I don't care if he paper-handed Cornichon. It's like, what's the punishment for paper? We don't even shame Cornichons for paper handing. There's no shame there. They move relatively within the same space. We only shame those that attempt to reach the highest echelons of society and fail due to their poor options decisions. Or because lack of the ability to budget. That's why we shame pigeon whales. That's me, and shaming is my kink. Is anyone still in rad? I feel like it's going nowhere. Me, I still have leaps. Watch December 31st, 2021. They'll get bought out for $15 a share, and I'll be rich. No, I'm just kidding. I only have like $2,000 tied up in that. I paper in pigeon whale because it's fun to be shamed monthly. I know it does things for you. Honestly, I'm super bullish for tomorrow, holding 120 today. It's better than falling below 120 today. I don't think we have enough time to close above 200. What do you think about Shrelly's opinion that the bar rate is all that matters for the GME squeeze? It's all that matters to institutions. So if institutions are going to pile in, it'll be on that signal. They'll watch it closely. They also have a better view of the actual bar rate than we do. I'm bored. Halton to close. Doesn't look like it. Every day we go up at the end of the day, someone says this feels like MOASS. That's not a good resting heart rate. Hey Gorkle, do you know how chameleons work? Hold on, numbers can be fun. I'm trying to think if I remember how chameleons work. They have their pigment locked away in little like tiny sacs inside their cells called chromatophores, and their nervous system tells specific chromatophores whether to expand or contract. And by varying the activity of different chromatophores in all layers of their skin, they can produce lots of different colors and patterns. And they can lose control of it also because it's regulated by their nervous system. Numbers can be fun. I can never thank you enough for everything you taught me. The gains I made here allowed me to start my own business and get away from my shitty job. Things are tight, but you gave me this freedom. I can never thank you enough, but I hope this $10 puts a dent in it at least. Dude, congratulations, man. That's like, honestly, that's fucking awesome, man. I really wish you the best in your new business. Let us know how it goes. Keep hanging around. You're welcome, Popcorn Trader. Do you know why flamingos are pink? It has to do with the algae they eat, and they're like in those like toxic ponds they live in. How do cuttlefish work? I think pretty much the same way as chameleons. I will subscribe now. Seem like you'd be really good at bar trivia. Probably. So what happens if short hedge funds lose control of their chromatophores? Oh, well, then we just green, right? They turn green? Who the fuck are you, David Attenborough? He asked a question. I've lost so much money since hanging out here. It's okay, turd. That's to be expected being on the quant team. We're always early, and we're usually wrong. But then by the time the data gets out, it's mostly correct. How does the G-spot work? You should probably ask someone else that. Chromatophore skin. Oh boy, not this again. No, really? Have you tried out for Jeopardy? No. I didn't reverse Uno myself. I did it on purpose. That was what was funny about it. Never mind. They haven't started to return shares. Is this a signal? Or are they holding those shares to drop the price when ready or when pressured? Thanks. They won't return shares until the next OPEX run. Likely. Jose D. Was this puts being sold off? It could be, yeah. Or repositioned. Remember, once they have it, once they get it under that initial put wall, they like to sell off those in the money puts. Because then the market maker is kind of like working on their side, right? So they don't need those anymore. And then they can reposition that capital closer to the money in order to accelerate downward price action. We're still down 9% today. Everyone stop getting overtly bullish for no reason. Thanks, dude. You're the best. Thanks, Clueless Calls. Love these names. So glitch on TDA showing my buying power at -6 million. They've fixed, but now I know how that Robin Hood kid must have felt. Wowza. Like there was a glitch? Which Robin Hood kid? Are you talking about the one that like fake bought all the Tesla calls or whatever? Thank you, Big G. I appreciate it, man. Thanks, Code Black. I just got home. Can you please clip the pancake recipe? Oh, the guy who killed himself. Yeah. I remember that. You started buying your June OPEX contracts yet? I have some October contracts right now, but that's the only long calls I have. When you were in SoCal, did you ever eat at Felipe's? I don't think so. Where is that? For sure, I seconded the pancake clip. I don't even know where it is. Just put the tag in the clips channel and I'll clip it later. If you guys know what time it happened at. I don't know when it happened. Are you doing an EPS prediction for tomorrow? I think at best, -94-ish. At worst, like -$2. Thanks, Trash. How close is Larry to implementing a social credit score system for everyone? It's right around the corner, just ironing out some kinks. I mean, I have no idea. Actually, not a lot. The ask on my puts just jumped bigly. What the fuck is happening here? Hmm. If Jimmy goes below 120 today, I'll open the August call chain. Most, if not all, of GME's dead money and closed store leases and operating costs should be shown tomorrow, correct? Yeah, a lot of it. No, I haven't. Why would they sell off puts and lose the gamma slide? They reposition them. Also, this could just be active fund pressure. The market's taken off right now, too. I still think we're too high for them to reposition. Like, they have a nice put wall at 130, but they usually want to get it pretty deep into the slide before they start selling off in the money puts. They could also, you know, dump internalization, right? When did we start running? This is where Cenis ended. Please get up. Bipolar bear. I mean, usually market on close orders don't have too much of an effect on the underlying price. They should be like relatively weighted throughout the day and then closed simultaneously. What it does do is it drives down our delta volume for the day. If you look at Market Chameleon's delta volume like intraday, almost all of our volume, it's like 90% plus is delta volume. And then after the market on close orders are finished for the day, it drops like 20%. Buyouts usually oscillate around the price due to arbitrage. Yeah. Thoughts on Bloomberg channel showing 141% or so? What? What's that, Edward Snowden? If the stock go in SS, because why? Because I don't get every question, Mohammed. If the stock's in SSR, could we theoretically buy in the money puts and exercise them? Sure, but they're cash settled, so it doesn't do anything. The rug pull we're waiting for. It's crazy how good we are at understanding this stock. I know, right? It makes me feel very bullish, and I need to push that down. I think we're going to continue down. I think he was referencing a post from Pone on SS using old screenies for hype. Oh. Yeah, that doesn't sound like a current Bloomberg terminal short interest rate. Your general bullishness on the stock makes me bullish for my life in general. Awesome. Her screenshots were from 2021, but it wasn't clear. Hyper and wild. I see. I sure do mix our access to the Bloomberg terminal we had. Sarcasm. I mean, I could go uptown and access one, but it's like, why? What's it gonna, what information are we gonna get from it that we don't already have? Actually, yeah, the public library has one too, but it's not a trading terminal, so it's not very... It's not as good. The fuck was that? I rarely buy theta. What time frame and strikes would you target if you were going to buy puts now? I'd probably buy them pretty far out and near the money. Like July or October. This is the upcoming June cycle, the one where you feel most confident of it occurring? No. But the obligations are there. So I'm willing to risk the capital on it happening. Ding ding. What a lovely day. And by lovely, I mean our favorite stock dropped 9.09%, well within the expectations of this weekend's DD. I don't think there's that much to say about it, honestly. You know, they got us right under that put wall almost immediately after market open. Price just stagnated there for the remainder of the day with a, you know, small drop off before close. We still closed the day high, lower than that intraday high, although we did climb up with the market pressure into the end of day. I think this is gonna continue, but like I said, I don't see them actively pushing down until after earnings. So I think they'll continue to try to lower the price gradually, but I don't see them really pushing on it until after earnings. So, you know, any usage of in the money puts is simply going to be to stop a breakout from occurring like we saw earlier today, right around here. You know, with tons of OI open at 130 and 120. You know, their goal is definitely to continue getting the price lower, to the, you know, the rest, and put the rest of their puts in the money. So I think that's about it. You know, earnings expectations are still relatively low, but we don't, you know, we're not expecting like some amazing earnings beat, right? Like we're just kind of expecting them to keep investing into growth. Most of the volatility, if and when it can occur, will likely occur post earnings. And it will depend on how much control of the price the short hedge funds, or, you know, those with short interest have at that point. You know, if we're below a massive blanket of puts, even the most bullish of statements could be subverted, right? Which I'm sure is their intention, you know, is to keep the price down and keep speculation from running rampant, right? The psychology of it makes people, you know, not want to buy in. If the, you know, Cohen could be saying the most bullish things in the world, but if the stock's down 10% on the morning, you know, it's not going to have the same effect, right? As far as retail FOMO goes, obviously institutions are not going to fall for that, but if he says something bullish enough to drive institutional interest, then it will come regardless. As a matter of fact, they'll just take advantage of the cheaper price. But like always, the thing we want to see the most is things working out the way we expect them to, right? Up or down, you know, we want to make sure that everything's tracking within our models and that, you know, we're giving the most accurate possible analysis and predictions for it. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate it. I will see you all bright and early tomorrow morning. You have a lovely night.
Kinney's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kinney's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must have...
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not...
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
Just some pickle theme fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show!
Not an advisor. Frigulon.